Welcome to the Zoom Test Kitchen, where the magic happens live. Every Friday we're on air, testing tech to thrive. From screen share to breakout rooms, we push Zoom to its max. So sit back, relax, and let's see what's in our tech hacks. Zooming in, we're testing it all. Live on YouTube each week. From audio to video, no feature we won't tweak. We're the Zoom Test Kitchen crew, here to innovate. Join the fun, learn the tech, don't be late. We'll dive into the settings, explore every single tab. Make sure your mic is clear, your camera not a drab. We'll show you how to host like a pro, manage like a king. With Zoom Test Kitchen, you'll be zooming with a zing. Zooming in, we're testing it all. Live on YouTube each week. From audio to video, no feature we won't tweak. We're the Zoom Test Kitchen crew, here to innovate. Join the fun, learn the tech, don't be late. Whether you're new to Zoom or an expert in disguise, we've got tips and tricks. We'll open up your eyes. From polls to quizzes, we test functionalities. Join us live, see what Zoom does with ease. So if your meetings lag, or you can't share your screen, or if your audio echoes like you're stuck in between, we've got solutions, we'll show you how it's done. Zoom Test Kitchen, where Zoom fun has begun. Zooming in, we're testing it all. Live on YouTube each week. From audio to video, no feature we won't tweak. We're the Zoom Test Kitchen crew, here to innovate. Join the fun, learn the tech, don't be late. So tune in, don't miss out on this tech fest we lead. Every Friday, Zoom Test Kitchen, where you'll succeed. We'll make your Zoom meeting smooth, keep the tech in check. In the Zoom Test Kitchen, we've got your back, no wreck. So tune in, don't miss out on this tech fest we lead. Every Friday, Zoom Test Kitchen, where you'll succeed. We'll make your Zoom meeting smooth, keep the tech in check. In the Zoom Test Kitchen, we've got your back, no wreck. These lyrics capture the essence of what the Zoom Test Kitchen does, focusing on testing and teaching about Zoom functionalities in a fun, engaging way. Zooming in, we're testing it all. Live on YouTube each week. From audio to video, no feature we won't tweak. We're the Zoom Test Kitchen crew, here to innovate. Join the fun, learn the tech, don't be late. We've got your back, no wreck. We've got your back, no wreck. These lyrics capture the essence of what the Zoom Test Kitchen does, focusing on testing and teaching about Zoom functionalities in the fun, engaging way.
Hi everyone, welcome to the kitchen. While I fumble now to find my button, which is right, boom. By the way, I popped a note to in the beta for Ecamm, asking our guys if maybe they could give me my button. So, and one of them gave it a thumbs up, so we'll see. But it's good to see all of you. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the kitchen. Hey guys, guess what I got? Guess what I got? I got a different kind of button. It's a My Notes button. I got a My Notes button, and I'm so excited. I have no idea what it does because I haven't pressed it yet. I was waiting for this meeting, but we have something called My Notes. And by the way, I can't find a Notes button in the meeting itself, even under More. So they've taken it out of there, which I didn't realize they had done. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Let's say hello to some friends here. Hey, Mike, how you doing?
Doing good. As I let people into the room, doing good.
Beautiful.
So David's got new buttons.
Just
Did-
one, and it's not the one I was asking for, but it's a button. I'll take it.
Did David get an update on Mac like we did for Windows yesterday?
Let me check. I don't think so. No.
Okay.
I'm on 6.7.7.76486. 777.
We are officially 6.7, not to be special, .8.
Oh, you are special. Yeah. You win. I give up. You win.
I don't know why.
Yeah.
So we're officially 678.
Yep.
Just to cause any more
678.
grief.
I know why.
Well,
Instead of 675 or 67 whatever.
Right.
And I love
And
that hat, Frank.
And the problem is that 687. What's that joke? What's this? What is that? 7, 8, 8, 9? I don't know. Something like that. Hey, Andy.
Howdy. How's
The
it going?
only person here who pretends to laugh. It's not even a real laugh. It's just, how you doing, Andy?
I'm doing good. I'm finally recovering from sleep. I was helping do a production running tiles and graphics toolkit last week in the APAC region. So finally
Wow.
recovering. We're kind of finally recovering from my sleep there.
So was that overnight, like an all-night gig
Oh
for
yeah,
you?
yeah, for 3 days. So
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. How did it go?
good. It was good. So,
That's great. Fantastic. Good. Hey, John. How you doing?
Which one? Would you like to
You.
talk to first? Me?
You.
Oh, I'm the less important one.
Oh, wait, is there another John here?
There is a little Ittle.
Iddleson's here. I didn't see him sneak in. Sorry.
Can I ask you to look at the top of your screen on the right-hand side? You will see YouTube. Can you see a squiggly little pen icon?
I have a squiggly.
And if
Hold
you click on
on.
a squiggly pen at the top,
All right, just wait a second. I'm not doing it yet. We're saying hi first, but I'm actually going to log in. I'm going to log into this meeting with another machine so that we can actually look at it, which is terribly exciting. How you doing, John?
I'll do well, thank you.
Good. That's me. I'm going to let myself in. My notes machine.
I did already.
I know.
Back to you,
Thank
David.
you. Sorry. Hey, Frank, how are you?
Sorry, I'm good. How are you?
No, I'm great. Thank you.
The reason Zoom was updated for Windows was there was a critical security flaw that allowed bad things to happen. So it was a 9.6 out of 10 on the security scale, which is pretty bad.
Can I ask a silly question? And I'm sorry that I'm if I'm jumping over anyone here, but so when a security vulnerability like that is discovered, does that mean that security vulnerability was introduced because of a change that Zoom made on the back end? And how do they not see that the change they're going to make is going to cause that security?
I would say it was discovered, not that they the flaw was probably always there. It's that's either they or somebody else figured out how to exploit it, and once it came to their attention, then they had to deal with it, right?
So it's less about a problem. It's less about the flaw in the design and more about if people figure out how to weaponize flaws in the design.
Well, I mean, hackers often know about exploits and either save them or don't tell anyone about them because they want to keep exploiting them, right? But there's also white hat hackers who try to find flaws to help fix things, right? Anyways, I posted the link to this particular flaw in the chat, but there were other flaws too. So good to keep your Zoom up to date.
That's great. Thank you. And by the way, you're looking very angelic today. You have a very sort of, I don't know, you've got something going on here, like in the lower part of your body with the lighting and the buzz and something.
I think it's Mac spotlight effect.
It might be. It's like making you look. I don't know. It's like, and when I move, it looks like it's moving. It's very weird.
I'm just special.
You are special. You are indeed. And Hasmuk is here in the back end, and John Idelson is here. And oh, hey, Hasmuk, how are you, sir? You doing good? Fantastic. Fantastic. So why don't we, since I already kind of spoiled the surprise, let's take a look at what this new My Notes thing is here. Wait, did I give myself? Yeah, I did. Boom, boom. There we go.
Yeah.
Okay. Wait, I know.
To infinity
Hold
and
on.
beyond.
I know. Wait, I got to get my cursor over there and I got to switch this and I got to go like that. Okay. Sorry about that. All right. So now up in the right, when you open this for the first time, you will not only see the little pencil up here, but you'll see this introducing My Notes and a new home for AI Companion. All your AI features are in the top right with clear indicators when transcription is on. Okay. So I got it. Beautiful. So now I've got, let's just go from we've got your encryption, your security sort of settings, what apps are being used in this meeting, that we are recording. I'm not entirely sure. Maybe someone else is doing that. I thought I changed all of mine to live stream, but maybe I didn't. Here's our strength, and we're going out to YouTube. And then we've got My Notes. So use meeting transcript, auto start note for future meetings. I'm not entirely sure what. Okay, well, I'll click that in just a moment. And then next to that, we've got AI Companion, meeting questions, meeting summary, ask host to start, and then our different views over here. So let's click on start taking notes and see what happens. So here's Zoom My Notes. All right. Wow. Smarter note taking starts now. You can see the transcript up here also. Experience the new notes with built-in AI Companion to enrich your ideas. Take notes with AI Companion or view. You could still view classic notes. Okay. Let's see. Who wants classic? All right. So here we are. Look at this. So it is showing me the transcription, and I can make a note that the guy who's talking now is really handsome. Okay. And well, let's just stop and see what happens. All right, complete your note. Yes, I want to complete my note and end the transcription. Okay, now what? Wait, where'd it go? Now what do I do? Can I go back here? Huh. So I wonder if now it's just kind of living in. Let me get out of this and let's go back to this guy. Here it is. Okay. So now I also have, oh, this is in my hub actually. Interesting. So, and it opened right up to it. So this is interesting. When I had this open, I started a meeting. This was not here. And now it's automatically opened it up for me, I guess. So here's the transcript on the right. I can close that. And here's my note. David Paskin demonstrated the new AI Companion note-taking feature with live transcription. Features demonstrated. So this is basically, it's integrating AI Companion right in, and then my notes are the other notes. Okay. You know what I was hoping it was going to do, which, okay, here. So each of these smart notes is linked to where in the video, I guess. Right. Is the exact transcription. What I was hoping, and I don't see this here, but we'll click on a few more buttons, is that what I say would also be linked to the transcript. Let's see what this says. AI Companion. No, that's just to, all right, I don't want to do that. That's just to make it sound better, I guess. What is this? Click, hold on, it said click to open menu, drag to move content. Okay, so you could move this wherever you wanted to. Click to open menu. Okay. And then what is this? Oh, is that the same thing? Oh, that's interesting. There are two icons that do the same thing. So, and then you can comment on this. I'm not entirely sure what to make of this. I mean, I like the idea that the notes are just here, but I sort of wish they were like in line, because if I'm going to jot a note in the moment, I want it to be connected to that moment in the meeting. You know what I'm saying? Maybe I didn't do it long enough. I don't know. Maybe because I stopped after I wrote the note. I'm not entirely sure. Any thoughts?
I
I'm gonna
think it's
start
a
new.
summary note for you at the moment. It's a summary
Yeah.
note for the meeting rather than, as you say, just adding little snippets to bits of the content.
I think the reason I was anticipating that or thinking that is because I can see what's happening as I'm writing notes. I mean, obviously I can see because I'm in the meeting and I can hear, but because I can actually see the text, like if someone were to drop a URL, I would say, um, important URL here, important URL here. And then I would want that to show me, although you're right, now that I'm looking at it, this is one continuous note, I think. This is not, oops, sorry. This is not inline notes. All right, well, I'll leave this running, and every once in a while I'll pop a note in it, and we'll see what happens at the end. Okay. Are there any other buttons to press here? Auto generate summary. Ooh, auto generate summary creates the summary from the transcript and the manual notes. When off, wait, what did that say? It auto generates only if manual notes are added. What? And manual notes, when off, it auto generates only if manual notes are added. I'm a little confused. Sorry. Let me open up the this again. I just want to see. So this is the note. And no, I don't. I'm not quite sure I understand that language. But maybe I'm just not paying attention. I'll turn it on anyway. Did I turn it on? Yes. View full transcript, minimize, transcript settings. And here's that again. Okay. All right. Well, let's keep going and we'll see what happens. We shall see. Oh, I like this little animation up here at the top. Look at that. I assume that's because it's transcribing. So we got a nice little animation up here that shows that it's doing that. Oh, and that's for the, yeah, because it's the transcript is here. Oh, that's kind of cool. I like that. Okay. And this is also indicating that my notes, and it's, yeah, auto start note for future meetings now. Okay. Boy, everything is like beeping and bopping and pulsing, and there's a lot going on up here. Not complaining, I'm just saying. All right. Well, that was fun. My notes. I will keep taking some notes and hopefully
all right, what's next, David, on your list? Because I do have a question from YouTube.
Yeah, no, let's do it.
All right.
Absolutely.
It's from Mr. Tony Mobley that usually joins us on the panel. And he's wondering, how many computers are panel members using in the Zoom test kitchen today? I will vouch that I can have I have up to 3 available to me, but right now I'm only using 1.
One from Andy. I think we're kind of a small group today. I think I might win this one, but it's only because I'm an idiot. I got 3 running right now. I've got me. No, I've got 4. Sorry. Yeah. I've got me. I've got my OSC machine. I don't really ever use that because Mike does the switching, but I've got my tiles machine. And then on the same computer that I've got the OSC machine, the OSC running, I've got the native Zoom running, and that's this guy that we were just looking at. So 4 altogether. 3 computers, 4 instances of Zoom. Oh, wait, I want to show you all something that I saw, which made me really proud and excited. Wait, I gotta find, hold on. Photos. It's one of my pictures. Hold on. No, that's not it. Sorry. Just give me a second. No, that's not it. Here it is. I was watching the news the other day, and look what I saw. Oh, you can't see it. And look what I saw up at the top. That made me happy. I haven't seen that in a while. That CNN is using, or no, sorry, this isn't CNN actually. This is actually the Colbert Report, not the Colbert Report. What's it called? Late Night with Stephen Colbert, whatever he is. That's this is from his interview with him.
I can understand where you got the impression that she is the CNN lady.
No, she is the CNN lady, but this is not on CNN. Yeah,
right.
I didn't understand what this was. I wasn't sure what that was doing there.
That overlay, that is just a video overlay that they put on.
No, I understand that. Okay. What is with the red square thing? What is that? That's what I don't understand.
Was it blinking? Was that red square moving? No.
Okay. It's not a drone. It's just a red square. I don't know, but I was excited to see that. That made me proud. Proud, as if I have something to do with this. As if it's my baby or something. Oh my gosh. So I don't know. I mean, there haven't been many updates. There hasn't been much to write, unless I've missed something. Is there anything to write home about?
There's lots coming.
Yeah, there is.
In 10 days, we're getting Zoom 7.0.
That's exciting.
If it, Zoom always says if they choose to release it.
7.0. So this is going to be the redesign, right?
There's definitely changes coming.
Yeah. I know you can't tell us if you have or not, but blink 3 times if you've seen it.
I haven't seen it.
I'm just kidding. I'm looking on the, there's nothing, they don't have anything teased on the release thing. So is that the 21st? Is that 10 days from now?
I think it's scheduled for the 23rd.
Okay, because the 21st, I believe the 23rd is a Monday. That makes more sense. I believe Andy had said that the new enhanced media options were coming to Zoom on the 21st.
Okay, that's cool.
And he also, by the way, just told us that the liminal apps are all moving into the enhanced media. So if you purchase the enhanced media add-on, you now get correct. You can get them at both places. Correct. Sorry. They will now also be available or be attached to the enhanced media, which is fantastic. Because now I can drop the webinar plus thing that I don't really need.
We called our rep for pricing because they weren't releasing pricing until I think on the 21st is when they're going to release it.
Enhanced media. No, pricing is out for enhanced.
Oh, is it
$20? Yeah, $20 a month.
A week or two ago it wasn't, and we had to ask from our rep what the pricing was going to be.
What Andy has said was $20 a month if you sign on for the year, and $25 a month if you're doing it monthly.
Not everyone lives in America though, so the prices here are a little different.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, forgive me. I'm very America-centric. Which to me, $200 a year, $240 a year for just the enhanced media, I think is not
per user
expensive per user.
Yeah,
I don't think that's terribly expensive
for an organization. It's nothing,
right? But to also get tiles and graphics, and OSC,
no, it's a good deal.
It's just
good value.
It's a really good deal. Yep.
So will we start seeing you in higher definition soon? Come on, you just said it's only $200.
No, you definitely will. But you know what I just realized, and I wonder how maybe y'all can help me figure this out. So my main there's going to be a problem here. So my main account is the one that I would want to attach that to. Mm-hmm. That's not this account. So we wouldn't necessarily have it on this account.
We'll have to have Zoom Test Kitchen bake sale or something.
Yeah, we
car
will.
wash or something.
But here's the other thing. So currently, I attach a third account, a different account to tiles and all the liminal stuff because I run that on a separate machine. So I wonder if I'll have access to, I probably will, because I'll probably just be able to assign it. Here's my question. Sorry. If I purchase this add-on with the liminal stuff for my main account, can I then assign the liminal apps to a different user within my business account? Or does it have to be the guy that signed up? So that's going to be a problem for me. I might need to keep the Webinar Plus.
Yeah,
because I don't want the liminal apps.
I'm not sure how
on
it
my main
happens.
account. Yeah.
Lots of
right
times
now,
when you buy a license for something, it sits in your organizational, top
right,
level,
but
and you assign it to someone.
to any user.
Yeah,
Right.
so I don't. But I don't know.
So the question is, can I assign the enhanced media to one user and the liminal stuff to another user? That's really what I'm going to want to do.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Please tell us if you do it. I'd like to know.
As soon as I do, I'll find out. I'll let you know. Yeah. Yeah. What else is going on? What are we? After David Camisa's demo of Zoom Notes, yes. Everyone else is one, by the way, Tony.
Is Zoom Test Kitchen YouTube monetized?
I don't know.
It could pay for your license. with your 600 viewers a week or however many you get.
We have 733 subscribers, and if anybody is new,
we do indeed.
And if anybody is new and haven't subscribed, please subscribe.
You need a digital tip jar or something.
Buy us instead of buy me a coffee, buy us a subscription.
Become a Zoom community champion of high regard, and you'll get access to a bunch of things for free.
Begin to earn sooner with access to fan funding and shopping features. Do I want to do this? I clicked on earn on our account for YouTube.
Don't give up your nonprofit status.
Well, we're not that either, I don't think. Eligibility. Oh, wait, do we? Oh, no. You know what? We are we're 583 hours short of valid public watch hours.
So everybody log into YouTube and just let it run all day, please.
This is the problem, my friends. This is it right here. Say you have to have both of these, more than 500 subscribers. You have to have more than three uploads in the last 90 days. You have to have one of the following, either 3,000 valid public watch hours or 3 million public short views. And considering we have 0 shorts, I don't think we're going to hit this one. But we could hit this one. We need 500 more, so almost 600 more. There you go. Let's see what else there is. Yeah, things have been. Frank, am I? Oh, sorry, you disappeared. Sorry.
Yes.
I'm just not sure. I'm remembering. Didn't we see something about the major redesign for Zoom, the simplification, or am I losing my mind? Didn't we see that somewhere, guys?
I know they constantly try to align all the things like branding and everything from the web version to the desktop version, but I didn't hear about a major redesign. But
maybe not.
Zoom 7, the fact that they're abandoning the 6 point whatever when there's still lots of numbers left and going to 7 usually indicates some kind of big change, right?
Oh, you know what? We got the big change. Sorry, the big change I'm thinking about was a couple months ago. Zoom Workplace Reimagined Clarity, Speed, and Simplicity. Yeah.
Yeah, with all the stuff on the left-hand side and all.
Yeah. Sorry, that's what it was.
And the more button, that was all back then. Yeah.
I thought there was something else about simplifying the experience, but more recently, but maybe I'm wrong about that. Most definitely could be wrong about that. So what are people working on? John, are you working on any new apps? Any new buttons? By the way, I abandoned the whole I'm going to build a button thing. Yeah. It's the Zoom API. I don't know how to work with APIs.
I've announced a whole show to demonstrate it.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. I built a different app, but it had nothing to do with the Zoom API.
John, wasn't it based on your thoughts because of Mr. Paskin?
It was, and I did a post on LinkedIn about it, and he obviously never saw it because otherwise he would have definitely referenced it.
Yes. Mr. Paskin was all over that article. I remember reading it.
He was linked more than anybody else.
Wait, where was it?
LinkedIn. It's a
I
social
never go on
media
LinkedIn.
site called
okay,
LinkedIn.
all right. I never go on LinkedIn. Hold
Oh.
on. I'm going there right now.
Oh,
Notifications.
I worked so hard on that.
Where is it? John D's post. Wait, here it comes. John D. Where is it? I have to find it. We're pleased to announce new show for AI Zoom AI Companion. Oh, okay. 3 days. Wait, I don't know what I'm looking for. What am I looking for? I don't even know how to use LinkedIn. This is ridiculous. Is this the new show? Is that what I'm looking at for Zoom AI Companion?
No, that's another one. Don't keep quiet about that one because even Mike hasn't realized that's there yet.
Oh, Zoom AI. Okay. I don't know what I'm looking for. John, help me.
Oh, I think you just went by it.
This
Is
one?
is that not it, John? The dev spotlight?
I'd have a read of that one.
Oh, wait. Sorry. Is this what I'm supposed to be looking at? John?
If you click on it, you should open the article.
Oh, okay. Code for Zoom 101. Okay, here we go. No purchase order arrived. Okay. Nobody thought to wish for anti-colors to appear. Oh my gosh. Okay. So all right, so here we go. David Pass does not qualify for that group. Okay. That was kind of a low blow.
No. It's the whole thing. So you have inspired me to put another hour of my life online because you are correct. And let's be honest about it. The summary of that article is that you can't write Zoom apps with AI because it's the process of setting up the app is too complicated. However, if I give you an environment where that is already done, so all the basic stuff is done, then you can use AI to build in little tools and little tricks and little things. So that's what the whole show is about. I'm going to show you how the system works, give you a outline code that you can use, and then you can add in your little functions, your little toys, and your little things and have fun. Including your microphone thing, including adding graphics, to the left and the right, and changing your background, all in little apps of your own.
Wednesday. Okay. Okay. First of all, I'm registering right now. Register with Zoom account. Developer spotlight for Zoom. So this is what I want, right? Okay. Yeah. Okay. Confirm registration. Okay. Beautiful. I'm in. Add to my calendar. I didn't even look when this is. When is this? March 18th, 3 to 4. Oh, okay. I should be able to. Is that? Oh, that's next week. Beautiful. Okay.
Starts next week. It runs every 2 weeks because the official developers group runs every 2 weeks. So we're alternating between them.
Can you
All right.
post the link in the chat?
Yeah,
What?
sure.
No, this is interesting. Why is it showing up twice here? I got one at 2 and one at 3.
Well, that was something I was going to discuss with you, but I didn't know if I really wanted to bring it up. We have a problem at Zoom at the moment.
Actually, I have 3 here.
We have a big problem at Zoom at the moment.
Yeah.
It's called summertime. And it just doesn't seem to work properly. Because you over there, you've already started your summer. We don't start our summer here until the end of the month.
Oh, that's yeah.
Which means Mike and I just don't know what time to turn up for our own show. So it's just getting silly because my show is anchored to UK time.
Right. No, but so I have this in. So for next week, it's now sitting on my calendar 3 different times. I have no idea why that's there.
I'm not sure why it's there 3 times, but it will be an hour earlier next week than it will be the week after, the fortnight after, because I'm in GMT still, and
So
I don't
next
go.
week is 2:00.
And then the 2 weeks later, I'll be in summertime, so then I'll go 1 hour further forward. So then it will be 3. I get so confused with this. We need somebody cleverer than me to work out what happens when summertime turns on and off, but it's very confusing.
What time are you teaching this class next week? Your time.
Let me try and make sense of it. Hold on.
No, just tell me what time.
I don't know. I'm having a look because I don't have the same time for anything. So
Yeah.
I have targeted it for 7 p.m. GMT, and currently at the moment you are 4 hours off GMT, and then when I get into summertime you'll be back to 5 hours off GMT. So you're 4 hours off that. So it should be 7 minus 4 hours. So 3. It should be 3 p.m. And then it should
Eastern.
change to 2 p.m. Eastern when I get to summertime. But this
So
summertime thing is so confusing because poor Zoom can't make sense of it either. I've got listings in my thing and it doesn't know whether it wants to make me GMT, BST, or and then I tried to anchor it then to Eastern, and I can't get my events to change their time zone, so I can't change time zones. Or at least I haven't found a way yet.
Right. Okay. So
I'm going to say
week,
Ray 3 times and see if he turns up and gets the answer for me. But it's all very confusing. So I do apologize for that. Once summertime gets going, we'll know where we are.
So next week it's at 3.
Yeah.
I just checked. And after that, on the 1st of April, it's at 2.
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because it'll be every 2 weeks, and by then John will change.
I'll be in summertime as well as you guys, so I'll be 5 hours different from you again.
Right.
I'm guessing by the smile on his face, Frank doesn't have international people to support, and they're all in one time zone when they complain.
No, I'm laughing because you keep talking about summertime. We haven't had spring. It's still snowing here.
It's true also. It is why that's odd to me that Zoom can't figure that out.
Yeah,
The
it
whole
happened.
time zone thing.
It happened earlier this week again, as John was saying. Between our meetings, I came at the regular Eastern time, but yet he came an hour later, and I was there waiting for an hour, obviously, because again, I was based on that. And in my calendar, it kept it at 3, but it actually should have moved it in my calendar to 4. But if I tried to add it to my calendar after the change, I ended up getting a 4 o'clock one. So an example was, so I actually ended up with 2 in my calendar. So if I went back
Right, that's what I just had. Right.
Right. So it ended up putting into my Google Calendar twice. So my original one, which was before time change, we sprung ahead. I had that already in my calendar. But if I added it after we sprung ahead, like the Monday morning, if I added it again back to my calendar, it would have actually said that I should have been there at 4 o'clock, not 3 o'clock. So
What
it
Zoom
actually
always what Zoom always says is that it's whatever your operating system says, right?
yeah.
Right.
But again, yeah. And again, when it came to, and again, John, this is what you and I were talking about too, because of you actually have two choices, right? You're where you are, because you could actually be GMT 0 or just regular GMT, or you're GMT London. You were explaining to me, right?
Yeah, yeah. So if I strictly take the letter of the law at Christmas, I'm on GMT. So if I put an appointment into my calendar and I specify it's GMT, it's then stuck on that time, not a time zone, but on that time definition of GMT. And of course, GMT doesn't change. But if I do it GMT and then I specify I'm in London, it will know at the end of March that my London moves to GMT +1. And what I think the problem could be is that if you send a date or a time into a calendar, it usually converts it to your local time. And of course, if it converts it to your local time, it's repeating every week, will it actually remember that the original is in or out of your summertime and is out of sync of your summertime? And I think the answer to that is no. I think the answer is it's all a mess. And we need Zoom time so that we can all fix it.
But why is it? I don't understand why it's all a mess. Like other companies figure this out. I don't get it.
Do they? I don't know. I don't know.
Google Calendar has it. That like I can, if you schedule something, Google Calendar knows with me. It knows when to put it on each of our calendars.
Right, but if I give you, if I give you a, what is it? Not CSV, but if I give you that file, that Google Calendar file,
ICS.
If I give you an ICS file and you put it to your Google Calendar, and I say it's repeating at 2 o'clock, just, doesn't matter what time it is, 2 o'clock, it's repeating. Will your Google Calendar realize when the clocks are changing that the time might have to change as well? Will it realize that if I give you a London time of 2 o'clock, it will convert correctly, or will it just convert what it thinks the time zone is today and then just spread that across your whole calendar? Because most of the time it doesn't make any difference. It's just for 2 or 3 weeks this time of the year and the opposite time of the year when the clocks change. Because the big problem is, and this is not Zoom's fault or Google's fault, we do not all change from our winter time to our summer time on the same date. Different parts of the world change on different days. And that's where the complexity is. If we all moved at the same time for 1 hour, on a certain date, it'd be easy because the calendars could easily fix that, but it's not. We have different places. And I think because of the way the dates have been calculated this spring, we have 2.5 weeks where the UK is still the hour behind, and America has already moved an hour forward. And that just confuses everything.
And on top of that too, as I was telling John too, and Frank, I don't know if you're affected or not, but one of our provinces in Canada now, the West Coast, that usually was on Pacific time, PTI, so equivalent to what California has and such, they now have to officially go GMT -8 going forward, because the government has decided that they no longer are changing to spring ahead and to fall back time zone wise. So now they actually, all the IT peoples in that province now have to now go through all the systems in that province to modify themselves from Pacific time, which is what they've been for decades, to GMT -8 all the time, so that nothing changes in any software, as well as all the way down to your motherboard on a PC time, all the way up to you using Word to make sure that the operating system understands that it's in the right time zone. And in this case, since we're Zoom Test Kitchen, of course, making sure that the Zoom client actually has the right time zone based on your Zoom account. Oh, oh,
I still don't understand why lots of other people have figured this out, but Zoom can't. That's all.
it seems to be depending on the time zone and depends on if it fluctuates or not. Because I do have another scenario that I ran into this week too, is that I'm part of another group as well, and that group's meetings in my Google Calendar adjusted properly, and they were Zoom meetings as well. So I don't know if it's because of the time zone they are in, because that was based out of, I believe, Germany, where where they were using that time zone. Those actually modified themselves properly. But here's the fun thing is that they've told everybody based on Eastern time zone when to come to the meeting. And of course, I'm showing up at the modified GMT where the host is actually based in Germany. He put it into the system. It automatically moved my Google Calendar 1 hour ahead, which was great, but everybody was there an hour before that. So when I actually showed up, there was nobody there.
Yeah.
So I'm sitting in the waiting room.
I just shared an image from the Zoom sessions for one of the events that I run, and you can see, if you look down the list, you can see it says GMT, 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 and then it realizes it's BST, and it sets BST as the time zone, so it's following the time zones. But we're all going on these shows, and we say, come and see us at 3 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. GMT, 8 p.m. UK, and then of course,
right,
they both change at different times of the year, so. So for 1 month each year, you're just talking gibberish, and everybody's going to turn at the wrong time.
Yeah.
Thank God for calendar invites, as you say.
And Mr. Paskin, I think that's a good graphic to bring up that Frank has put into chat, by the way. That brings back nightmares, Frank, and that's not very nice of you to do that to me.
Nothing happened though.
Well, you don't want to know how many months I've spent to make sure nothing happened at the organization I was in, that I was part of the Y2K team.
But nothing was going to happen.
Yes, it was.
Really?
Yeah, there were some really old computers that were actually running out of numbers. They were running out of dates because they were old 8-bit and 16-bit computers, and they didn't actually have so they were counting the number of days since 1970, and they were running out of days. And they were going to crash so they were going to go back to 1970 if they ran over the
or
limit.
1900.
Yeah.
Not 2000. Which would have been awesome for everybody's billing information, because the computer BIOS, which was, again, so you got to remember server BIOSes and PC BIOSes. So any server that anybody uses, including Zooms, are all based on a BIOS clock. And that BIOS clock has to understand that there is such a thing as a 2000 year. So the next time this will have to happen again is the infamous, of course, 3000 year. Because none of the machines are ready for that again.
But of course, us being Brits, we had to go one better. So this week, one of our banks decided to hand out transactions to lots of people as a gift. So at the beginning of this week, some people were loading up their banking app, and they found payments for childcare, maintenance payments. Basically, they were just randomly given payments and receipts from other people's accounts because somebody had the software.
Is that a tech issue or a person issue?
I think somebody did a software update and didn't lock down the accounts to the various people properly.
Oh.
But yeah.
Okay.
However much we work, computers are still really fragile. And the rule of unintended consequences happens a lot nowadays.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, that's where most bugs bugs and flaws in software are usually created. They are unintended consequences, not bad coding, mostly.
And people finding those unintentional bugs and exploiting them.
Yeah.
Which is going back to our ethical hackers that this week found that bug in Zoom. That's why it got reported nicely.
Right.
And that's why Zoom was able to
Right.
go, yeah, we're fixing it. We're fixing it.
Yep.
Because again, you put out the software, you put out that next version, you got to be careful that you're not accidentally opening a hole here or there or anywhere.
And this is where we've got to be careful with AI. Because some people have conversations with their AI tool and persuade it to do things that it was never expected to do.
Well, sometimes they don't even persuade it. Sometimes it, I mean,
Just
I know
does
that in Lovable, when I'm vibe coding, I'll ask it to do one thing and it'll do that thing plus a couple of other things that I never asked it. It's actually getting significantly better. Even in the past couple of days, it's gotten really darn good. Yeah. We have a question from YouTube from Ken Tashfield. Thoughts on the Zoom ISO V3 teaser announcement? Anyone dissect the screenshot yet? Well, now wait a second. Zoom ISO. I don't remember. I don't even know that I saw it. Hold on a second.
I saw it in
Zoom
LinkedIn, so
ISO.
you'd have missed it there as well, wouldn't you?
Oh, there it is. Okay. Yes, I remember seeing this. So this is Zoom ISO V3. Here's the image that he's talking about. Wow, does that look good? Yeah. I mean, the buttons across the top remind me of the in some ways the tiles interface. Let me pull up Zoom ISO here so we can compare. Zoom meeting. No, that's not what I wanted. I want to bring up not the meeting, this. No, that's not it either. I mean, ISO is different because you don't actually have to see you don't need an interface to see and control the people. But what it looks like to me from the screenshot is that these settings where we can do all this work. So you've got the four little things up at the top. It seems to me like maybe we're going to get a more visual way to do this work for Zoom ISO. And I wonder if OSC will follow. This is looking very tiles-like. This guy over here. Right now for tiles, you don't have the icons. I'm just looking up at the tiles, my tiles machine. You don't have icons, but you do have meeting, editor, and outputs up here. And then you've got this stuff. This is the same over here. So this is actually a very tiles-like interface with a couple tweaks with some iconography here. Yeah. Let me jump into the announcement. Is it? Let's see if this is it. Oh, so wait a second. You know why I remember? So I remember clicking on this and then thinking, wait a second. I want to know about this, but this is about AI, and I didn't understand about agentic AI capabilities. I didn't see the connection, so I kind of gave up on the article. That's why.
It's in there, but it's very, very small towards the bottom.
Oh, is it? Oh, really? Okay.
Enterprise Connect is the latest internal show that they've been showing off all the new stuff and pumping up their sales team, etc. So it's buried in there because it's part of teaching them what's coming out next. So It's interesting, but it's full of a lot of futureware which we don't have our hands on yet.
See, I don't see anything in here. Where did you see? Did I just miss it? Learning certificates. Okay, that's kind of cool. You can define completion criteria and automatically issue credentials. Yeah,
Next one.
Yeah. Zoom ISO V3 delivers an upgrade to Zoom's production tool for bringing remote guests into broadcast TV, live streams, and hybrid events. The latest update for our Zoom ISO introduces a brand new interface with in-app previews and advanced workflows, along with a powerful media engine for exceptional performance. March 2026. And I think I mentioned last week that Andy is going to visit us on, I believe, is it the Friday before or after that? I don't remember exactly. March the 27th. So the day after this drops. I'm sorry, not the day after. To the end of March, he will be joining us, presumably to talk about this and some other things also. It's. I understand that broadcast quality productions probably isn't their number one revenue source at Zoom, but it bothers me a little that this is just so hidden. But then again, that's just me.
I think the biggest impact it's going to have in the short term is to just make people being dropped into Zoom rooms, big screens, just look so much better if they are able to bring them more in at HD, which is what it will support.
Even at 4K, wasn't it? Oh no, it wasn't 4K.
No,
sorry.
but you can't. But if you can bring in multiple, you can bring multiple ones in HD. So you can bring more people in HD, and then you can, if you put them on a 4K screen, they're going to look really good. A group of them.
Yep.
Whereas at the moment they're all coming in at 720.
Yep. Thank you for that question. That was great. I had forgotten about that. I'm so glad that you mentioned that. If I'm dissecting that screenshot, I'm going to say it's looking like a better tiles, sort of building on the tiles interface, which I should be able to show you. Let me just see if I can. Will that work? Well, that totally didn't work. No, that didn't work either. I thought I had a button to show you this, but I guess I don't. It doesn't really matter. Although I could. Let's just see. Let me try something. Primary display. Oh, no, it's a screen share. That's why I have to do this. And then I'd have to do this.
So David Bradley from YouTube is actually saying the interface looks like they're standardizing on a general look across most of their pro apps.
Yep.
And he also said they have been trying to crack the broadcast market, which is slow to adopt. Fully agree with you, Dave. Slow to adopt is an understatement. And speaking of slowly and sneakily coming in from Poland.
Yeah, Robert. Hey,
did you see him?
Hey, Robert.
Hey, good to see you guys. I haven't been here for a while.
Good to see you too. Good to have you back. Hey, David Brady, just I'm curious why you think that is. I wonder. I'm curious if you think that that's just inertia. They've been using Cisco or they've been using whatever they're using for so long that they're just stuck, or if there's something that Zoom isn't providing that broadcast is looking for. I'm curious. I know maybe some of you have a thought on that also.
Yeah, I'll give my opinion on it right now because I deal with a lot of, again, broadcast people up here in Canada. So take this from a Canadian perspective. The knowledge base up here in Canada is still stuck on screen scraping. When it comes to any of the platforms. So basically they have a system of, if I'm bringing that person in via WebEx, I'm going to screen scrape, Zoom, screen scrape, Teams, screen scrape.
Sorry, hold on, back up. You're saying that WebEx, for example, doesn't connect directly, doesn't plug directly into whatever systems they're using, that they have a Mac sitting on the side that they're screen scraping and then either wiring in or using NDI to bring that feed in?
Well, as Robert gets his gear together, since Robert uses WebEx more than I can't vouch for that, but I will tell you this, for the most part, I think I can confidently say correct. There is no difference between screen scraping Zoom, screen scraping WebEx, or screen scraping Teams. Now, again, you've got to take it into consideration now that even though the broadcast industry has money, I'll just be very vague about that. there's budgets and everything else. I won't get into the specifics of that, but let's say they have money to spend. Do they spend on a Zoom product and Teams product and also WebEx product, which means now I have 3 pieces of gear that are dedicated to each product. Broadcast industry doesn't have a problem with that, but they also want proof because they have to prove it to their managers and managers and CEOs that, okay, if I buy this, then we can bring in Zoom people. Great. What about Teams people? Oh, we can't do that. Okay, so now I have to buy a Teams unit. Okay, fine. Now I have to buy a WebEx unit. Fine. Okay, so this could be, again, a Teams Rooms product, a Zoom Room product, and also a WebEx Room product that they're bringing in. Or I can use, as you're saying, a Mac or a PC that's running the individual client and then throw up that client as necessary and then screen scrape it in and bring it in physically into that PC / Mac / whatever it is, and physically bring it out into my video gear, into how my video gear will accept inputs and then deal with it that way, aka Zoom ISO. Now, do they know about Zoom ISO? Majority of the people I talk to still have no idea what liminal is in Canada, as far as any of their products are concerned. I've shown them a couple of them, and they freak right out. It's
why do you think that is?
The adoption rate of the software itself is still it's still a bit complex in the regards of it's not as easy as going, can I plug in a video cable here and I'm going to get video out, right? Again, there's still a lot of people that have and got a lot of IT savviness to their video production skills. And this is also why I could say, at least in Canada, there's not a lot of cloud switching taking place as of yet. I'm not saying that it's not happening. And I'm not saying that there isn't that broadcaster here or there that might actually know about Zoom ISO and might be using it, but it's very, very rare. And Robert, are you going to help me with WebEx? Please do.
I hope with more than just WebEx.
Absolutely.
My experience in the corporate world is that corporate organizations have IT departments, PR departments, and marketing departments, and there is no place for a production team. So they generally won't have a production team, and when they need something to be produced, they will bring an outside producer to do that, a company from the outside. And that company will either use Zoom ISO like we do, and some of our partners do, or they won't. Now, keep in mind that Zoom ISO is only a Zoom-related product. So if someone is on the Zoom platform, sure, they can bring it in. But when we get jobs to do with MS Teams, for example, it's quite a challenge because if it's just a broadcast type situation, then we'll actually produce it in Zoom and then send it over to MS Teams. However, if it's a bi-directional where you've got more of a interaction with the crowd, then we have to produce it in Teams and we have to use Teams tools. We try to bring it out and push it back in, but in Teams, that is really, really complicated. Really complicated.
And David is saying it's just the nature of the beast. And what Mike said, I've been championing awareness and slowly getting some headway.
Yeah. It's difficult because from the beginning of this year, I've been going in and showing off Zoom events and production studio in the cloud to get some of the corporate clients to think in terms of using production studio for their events, because that's exactly what it was designed for. It was designed for companies that don't have a production department and can easily produce good quality content with the aid of a few people. Yeah? And these can be one on the IT side and one on, for example, the marketing side, and it's all going. But it's still a difficult. I'll tell you what the biggest challenge from what I can see is the fear of making a mistake and being responsible for that mistake. And that's what goes through the corporate world.
Hasmukh, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, I got a power failure here, so I'm running on batteries and 5G. So hopefully you can hear me. I put up my hand earlier and I had a related question, and that's also with a corporate that's a teams-based organization. But I may have mentioned we've been doing some POCs with them last year and this year to broadcast into their retail network, all the channels in the stores. And what the individuals did is use their own devices to download the Zoom app. Any device in their network behind the firewall, that means on the corporate network, the corporate network precluded them from even installing Zoom. So they couldn't go to Zoom site and download. Anyway, this thing has developed traction in the organization, and more regions want to have this broadcast. But then this whole question of Zoom and Teams comes up. So the reason I'm bringing this up is that it's got to the cybersecurity team in the organization. Now they want to have a meeting with me around this. And my son happens to work for Mimecast, and I asked him the question from a cybersecurity point of view, how prepared should I be for this conversation? So he says, well, the issue is very simple. You, the host, you run the event, and if there's any vulnerability, it's basically coming from the host side of it and not from the individual participant side of it. That was his view. So I just wanted to see if the team here, excuse the pun, not the teams, but the team here, have any comment on this? What sort of conversation should I have with these folks in terms of me simply saying to them, because, well, there's no corporate vulnerability for you because I'm outside of your whole uh, network. I'm running the show, I'm hosting the show, and your staff are joining my show and they joining through a app. So all you need to do is permit them to download the app on their devices. Obviously, when they download the app on their devices, they may join other stuff which may not be part of the game.
Robert and John, go for it.
Yeah, it's interesting you bring this up, Hasmukh, because I've had a conversation like this just last week. And what we eventually had to do for them to agree to run the event on Zoom was to switch off everything. So all of the documents that could be downloaded, AI Companion had to be switched off. All of the access to additional apps had to be switched off. They secured the whole of Zoom down to a really basic meeting for the event to take place. So that's another area you need to look at, Hasmukh.
So make sure that my Zoom account, switch off the AI part of it, and any other things that I can switch off that makes them feel more secure.
Yeah, it's all of you've got the documents that can be downloaded and made accessible. That needs to be switched off because you don't know what's
Right.
going to be shared. Or sharing in the chat, for example, you need to limit the sharing of documents within the chat by
Right.
attendees. And you need to switch off access to apps in Zoom.
Right.
So those are the basic areas that we had to deal with. And then they finally agreed. They did an audit and they agreed.
And if that's on my my account, the host account, and I turn all that off, which means that any participant joining my meeting will not have access to all of those additional items that we've now turned off at the back end. Is that what you're saying?
No, some of them you turn off when you're configuring the meeting.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So it's
the security setups that you do. Yeah.
Mhm. And you've got that when you go into the meeting, you've got that host badge with all the
Yes.
functions for the host. There are some functions they can switch off over there as well. So
Yes.
you need to go through the whole list of them one by one and just look at
Right.
all of the functionality
Right.
and
Okay.
strip it off. Definitely all the AI stuff has to come off. That's no question.
Sure.
The additional
Sure.
apps have to come off. The sharing
Sure.
of documents and access to documents has to be switched off. Yeah.
Okay, got you. Thank you for that. John?
John,
Microsoft will tell you that Zoom's insecure. And they are
Yes.
quoting something that was true when COVID first struck, when Zoom
Correct.
first went from being a little app that nobody knew about to blowing up. And we've been talking about things with unintended consequences earlier. They were in a situation there, they had to up their game. Zoom is now a very secure product. Your people who join don't have to even run the app. They can run it on the browser. In fact, if you fiddle the system enough, you can force them to only join through the browser, which will make it more secure. You can turn
Right.
off all the features you don't need. And it's really just a case of, frankly, run a webinar, see what's turned on, go into the back end, disable it all, run another webinar, and just keep doing that until you get rid of everything that you don't want. And then you'll have a secure system. But the other security, which what Robert is talking about, is there's not just the security of the system, which is secure, it's also locking it down so they can't cause trouble. So people can't be mischievous. So they can't Zoom bomb you. They can't send personal text messages to each other. They can't put links in the chat. You can lock all this down. You can even get a list of all the words you don't want them to use. You can put that into Zoom and it will block those words in the chat. So you can lock down Zoom to a horrendous, scary degree.
Right.
Because bottom line, I have a friend of mine who's a Zoom champion. He spends his time helping US government departments use Zoom.
Really?
So
Okay.
there is a .gov extension specifically for Zoom where they've locked it down for government. So Zoom is secure. It's very secure. Yeah, now and again people find mischievous things to do, but Zoom itself is secure. What you're able to do though is to actually lock it to a higher degree so even mischievous people can't cause trouble. And remember, you've got the way of, if people misbehave, you can always kick them. They can always be thrown out. And you can kick them out to the waiting room, or you can kick them out of the meeting, or you can kick them out with a report. And that means that Zoom will then look at the profile of the person and may ban them for life from ever using Zoom. But you don't have to install Zoom to join a Zoom meeting. You can go through the web version, the browser version, and that again is even more secure.
I think the key value or benefit, not that I've sold, well, I kind of sold them onto it, is to have an immersive conversational based kind of broadcast. So they do have, for example, TV broadcasts in all the stores, and hardly anybody watches it. But the main thing is it's not interactive. So people in a store cannot ask a question, neither can they give any feedback.
Yeah. Well,
And
you've got,
so
so you
far,
turn on Q&A so they can ask questions. You can set Q&A so that nobody sees the question until you've answered it. So you can make the questions private. You can decide whether or not the questions can be sent anonymously or not. And that's something for the business to decide whether they want people to be able to send anonymous questions or not.
Right.
You can have the chat only to the panelists. You can have the chat between everybody, and you can turn off personal messages between people. So we can't have digs, people can't have digs and personal chats with each other while the meeting's going on. There are all the options there. It's just a question really of deciding what works for that organization. You can turn on the download documents section. That's not a problem. And that's not a security risk. The security risk is who are you going to give in their organization the ability to put documents into that list? Because if they're trusted, then you can share resources. So you can share links, you can share documents, you can even turn on when they're available. But Robert's right to bring it up because you want to say, look, this allows you to share documents. You've got to tell me what the trusted documents are.
Yeah.
So I can make sure they're put in there, and we will make sure that only the people that are trusted have the ability to put the documents in there, or we'll do it for you. But
So
the level of control in Zoom is actually quite frightening, and actually it's really time consuming once you get to this level of worry, shall we say.
Right. The scope of this is quite limited in a sense that the only document that's in the meeting is a PowerPoint slide deck, and I host the PowerPoint slide deck on my host machine.
Yeah.
So, and
but you might want to have a PDF version of it, which you give them out as a resource towards the end of the lecture. Quite often when we do presentations, we'll have 3 or 4 presentations during the session, and I'll share the PDF to the document when the presentation finishes, so they can't just load it and read ahead. So they just get it at the end of each presentation.
These limited folks sometimes want the animation of a slide show. So what I do is I host the slide deck at the host machine or host broadcast setup, and I give them access to Internet Clicker. And what they do is they navigate the slide. So in fact, there are 0 documents accessible to anyone in the meeting. But I think the additional turning off of all these options that the user has should give a sense of more security from the folks within the organization. But I think this has been very, very useful.
Hasma, I just wanted to say, you said something now that actually, as an IT person, I have a security issue with. How are they going to be changing slides?
It's called Internet Clicker.
It's been shown to be hackable.
Right.
And anyhow, you've got slide control built into Zoom, so people can control the slides from within Zoom.
Maybe that's what I should look at. Yeah.
Yes. So again, you've got to be very careful now. The more you introduce outside of Zoom's infrastructure that you implement yourself, the more, and again, guaranteed Robert's nodding his head already, the more that a security IT department of that corporation will go, okay, you have to give me a list of all your vendors, including Zoom, that you're going to use that are third party to you. And now we have to security check every single one of them.
All right.
Robert, you're probably going to back me up on that. Go for it.
There's bound to be someone somewhere in the organization whose only job is to pick holes in security flaws for other people. There's bound to be somewhere in the chain. And if you use Internet Clicker and you do a lookup on it, it got a really bad black mark a little while ago. And so it would be a concern.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, go ahead, Robert.
And Hasma, if they ask you a question that you really find difficult to answer, what I've found is during these meetings, I turn the question back to them and say, well, how do you handle this issue in MS Teams?
Correct.
And 1 or 2 times it has come out that they don't, and that's why they're looking for a solution. Yeah. But the most common one and the way they feel comfortable is by using they're saying that they use SSO in for logins, and so they're secure, or they use Active Manager, Active Directory to log in, so they're all secure. But I think we're dealing with something different because you're dealing with just a web page and not necessarily the app for your event.
I used to log in
there-
with the code. So they register for the event and it then emails them an individual code to their email account. And that means that if they've got to be the owner of that email account to get that code. And that seems to be the easiest way for people who are not using Zoom all the time to have a level of security.
Is there any downside from a participant point of view, joining the meeting through a browser versus an app?
Half the people on the Zoom community forums don't even know the difference. Sometimes
True
I get a
fact.
question and I have to look at the question twice to try and work out if they're running the proper Zoom app or the Zoom browser version, because sometimes the problems can be because they're using the browser version and they can't use the feature.
So it sounds like to obviate this need to get people to download the app on their devices, we should just encourage them to use the browser version.
Just don't ask them to download the app, and they
Right.
will open the browser version.
Yeah.
More or
Gotcha.
less by default.
Gotcha.
Yeah, again, Hasbuff, it's that infamous screen. If you click on it in calendar, you always see that it goes to a browser window. In that information on there, it says, join via app
Yeah.
or browser, right?
Or browser. Yeah.
And everybody gets that, no matter if you
Okay.
have it installed or not installed.
Right. Gotcha. Thank you. Just before you let me go, I'm very happy that you changed your clocks, because it just means I can go to bed an hour earlier. Uh, just that our jingle at the beginning and end of Zoom Test Kitchen, I just want to know where it was created, because I was listening to it today and we had this session with the same corporate that we've been discussing, and it was very bland in terms of the opening of the meeting and the closure of the meeting, because they're trying to create some excitement and interactive and building the community spirit. And I went to and I showed one of the key executives today. I said, "What do you think about this jingle?" I went to Zoom Test Kitchen on the YouTube, and I played our jingle, and boy, were they impressed. So I said, "Can you put something together that kind of has the lyrics that fits in with what we're trying to achieve?" So I call it a brand name company. What did I call it?
I've started doing some events, and I put some general YouTube, copyright free music in. But the last track I play before the show starts is one I've written in Suno about the business that I'm promoting.
Okay.
And it's almost psychological. Some people will not even realize that the song is now talking about their company.
Right. David, you did it in one of these apps as well?
No, go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, no, we ended up getting this from the community. Actually, it was one of our.
I did the lyrics for it, because what I did is I used Grok, and I asked Grok to go to the YouTube channel and look through a couple of the videos and come up with a summary of the information that Zoom Test Kitchen is about, and to make to write the lyrics for a song. And then the lyrics were fed into Suno, and then that's where it came from. And we tried a couple of different versions of that, but this is definitely the best, the one that stayed in. The other thing about it,
best. You're supposed to be our expert linguist, and you can't tell the difference between live and live.
No, there's a difference there. There's when we did it, we were unaware of the fact that you can actually put in a word in the way you want it to be pronounced. and we just put it in the wrong way. And Suno is pretty dumb in that way because it just sings what it sees. It doesn't analyze the text. So
I will say it's over the past few months, it's gotten unbelievable. I mean, it is a powerhouse of a tool at this point, especially Suno Studio. It's something else. It really is.
Yeah. John made our theme from there as well.
Sorry,
Thank
I
you,
cut you off,
guys.
Robert. Did you
Most
want to
enlightening.
jump back in?
no, I didn't mean to put down Suno. I was putting down
No.
our actual experience
our
using
usage,
Suno at the
sure.
very beginning because it was the very first couple of days, and we were just so thrilled that we
It
could
is
do it.
brilliant. It is brilliant. I mean, we all pull our legs and shout "live and live" over it, but it was brilliant. And that was quite a while ago that that was created, and it is fantastic. And I think the idea of doing it for a business is a jolly good add-on. Very, very good call, Hazmat.
And
Thanks.
and John, what do you remember? I forget the name. There's the app that the lady who comes in on the Zoom events office hours who shows in an image form where people are logging in from when they put their country into the chat. I forget the name of that.
Yeah, there are various
Stream
companies, but
Stream
Stream Alive is
Alive,
the one we
yeah.
looked recently.
Yeah, but Stream Live will work very well as well if you want to do it locally, where people put in the towns or the cities that they're calling from, and that also brings in a lot of activity initially. And of course, you've got the final one, which is my favorite, is to use Zoom tiles and then go around all of the people who are attending if it's a meeting and they have a camera on, and that Zoom tiles brings out what's this called? The how people are so vague and want to see themselves and are so happy to see themselves on screen. It's quite amazing what people get up to when they see themselves.
Well, I started, occasionally a Streamer Live would be another third-party app that I may want to not have in my
Okay, but Stream
from
Alive can run inside PowerPoint, which means it never
okay.
gets into the system. That may be
okay.
the way you describe
The
it.
way to do it. Okay. So I'm using Zoom tiles at the beginning of the meeting, and then also using the little piece that Simon from Office Hours wrote for me to tally the number of participants as they join. So as the numbers so if you have 400, 500 people joining very rapidly, people get very excited by seeing this number as it goes. So yeah, so those are the two things I do.
Oops, don't forget the famous countdown clock. That's always a good one as well. If you're going to open it half an hour, 20 minutes early, have a countdown clock to when it's going to start.
Yeah, I think we had a conversation last week about me now thinking commercially because this is becoming like a commercial exercise. And
Well,
lo
I hope
and
so. We want
behold,
10% each.
because this week I had a call from the largest gymnasium that's related to a brand somewhere in the UK, and I won't mention the name. And they want to do a broadcast across all their gymnasiums, and then also to the key clients that they have, because now they are changing the model, the business model of not just gymnasium, but a lifestyle venue. So they want to use this Zoom broadcasting to connect their community.
Well, if you think of what companies like Peloton do, it wouldn't be hard to do a similar experience through Zoom.
Zoom already sort of had that with or still does have that with Zoom oh goodness, before events on Zoom. Right? There are folks who are doing
Don't mention that. Don't mention that.
Why?
Zoom wants it to die of its own volition.
Oh,
Please, we don't want to tell anybody. We're hoping it will die.
I'm sorry.
But yes, we can do those sort of things. That's the whole reason about, that was the whole argument about writing apps for Zoom as well. So you could have your exercise class, your spin classes, and you just make the stuff up in an app. But instead of having to pay lots of money to get some, techie to build a server infrastructure for you, just use Zoom. So there's lots of mileage on that. Yes, we can use it in other ways, David. But yeah, you're right. I've been playing around with an order form app in Zoom. I'm trying to work out the security implications of that.
An order form?
Yeah. So I can say at the end of the webinar, you want to sign up for our program, and there's there's an app window inside Zoom, and you just sign up inside the app. You don't have to go to another website or whatever. You don't have to close it and then give them a survey page, which is your order form. You can actually put the order form inside the app, so it just runs straight away.
And David from YouTube said, for what it's worth, the New York Times phone app that auto reads articles messes up live and live as well. So there you go.
Live and
So
live.
it's not only it's only live and live. Yeah.
That's really
Live and live.
interesting, actually. I've been using a lot of, and I've vibe coded these silly little children's apps, and I'm using a lot of 11 Labs API voices because I just find that they're the best. I haven't tested. I wonder if some voices are better than others at doing that. I don't know.
No.
11 Labs has a lot, so I'll go over to Robert on that.
Yeah, we use Synthesia to generate avatars, and that's got some.
Sure.
And Synthesia has an interface to 11 Labs, so that's combined. So we use that as well. But I'm saying this in the context of what Hasmukh was asking for, because don't forget you have another tool, which is the waiting room, where you can put a small video like we have here in the Zoom Test Kitchen. It's taken for granted, but it's really super important, especially when you have time changes, where you can put a video in there or something in the waiting room saying that we'll see you in an hour or see you in whatever time it is.
Yeah, a lot of the messages that I even use on YouTube in chat would be perfect for there. Are you ready for the next edition of Zoom Test Kitchen? Those type of hype type scenarios would go in a video. Perfect example too is this week when John and I went to the Zoom Developer Zoom Developer Office Hours. They ended up putting in the latest Zoom ad video there, and it's a 30-second video that's in there. If you've haven't seen it, it's hilarious. It's a hilarious commercial where they actually have the person that used to be on Saturday Night Live, and also is part of Wicked, the movie Wicked, doing comedy of you will not have such companion of AI companion in the video. So it was, but again, Zoom, in this case, the Zoom developer person that set up the actual meeting made sure that was added into the waiting room as a video so that we can all watch it. Yes, it repeats every 30 seconds. So if I'm sitting in there for, way too long, then yes, I'm seeing it multiple times, but at least it is some sort of content in the waiting room. Robert's not wrong. And that is so underutilized. So many meetings, even at the broadcast level that I go to all the time, that these guys should be utilizing that like crazy. No, default graphic from Zoom with the little flower all the time. Go for it, Frank.
I think I've mentioned this before. I really wish Zoom would make a playlist manager for the waiting room. You shouldn't have to watch the same video over and over again.
What an interesting idea. So you could upload a set of images or videos or whatever and just have it kind of scroll. Would people get to choose, or is it just auto
Who knows?
scroll?
But I mean, it'd be a starting point just to have the ability to put 5 or 10 videos in a loop, and you could stagger them in the way you want them presented. I don't think it would be a hard lift for Zoom to do it.
No, it's not much different than what they're doing right now for the music app, would be my scenario. And again, adding shuffle would be awesome too. So that, all you would need is be able to put 3 or 4 videos in there with a shuffle. And if you want to get really, 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 really cute, make sure that the shuffle has a time limit of, no, I've shown this one in the last X amount of minutes. Don't show it for, give it a little more brains, like some playout software do.
I think people would pay, like, I think Zoom should do it for free, but I think there are some people who would pay if they could have a playlist in the waiting room.
I absolutely second that. That is such a brilliant idea. I can already see people saying when you bring them into the meeting, "Can you put me back into the waiting room? I didn't finish watching the film."
Well, it's also the whole
did
conversation.
That with David.
The whole conversation has been about engagement, right? So if you want engagement, make their waiting room more engaging by having playlists, and especially for corporate types. If you're trying to get your corporate message across, having a few videos that you want everyone to see before the event starts, either to drive engagement or education, so they know, prepare them for the meeting, watch the playlist, and then think about it and come into the meeting having already been exposed to these concepts. It could be fun, it could be silly, it just depends what your mission is, right?
Yeah, and you're getting lots of feedback already, Frank. That one woke up YouTube. David said, Frank, they should/could use the digital signage engine to do that as well. That's
like I said, I don't think it's a heavy lift for Zoom. They've got all the pieces in place. They just have to knit them together.
Yeah, I can't do it because there's no API, but I'm just going to do a request now for a feature request to get an API so I can control that area for you.
And talking about the waiting room, we've been using the chat feature in the waiting room to talk to people in the waiting room, which is also a feature that people don't utilize a lot. And it's a really good way of getting the communication up, because if you want to get someone, a group of people ready for something, I'm not just saying that we'll be sorry we're running 5 minutes late, we'll be starting at 5 past the hour, but you can actually get people set the mindset by asking questions, asking them to respond in a specific way, because they can respond from the waiting room.
I'm pretty sure in 5 years from now or less, you'll be able to have an avatar, a digital avatar of yourself that looks very photorealistic. You'll be able to have an AI companion database that goes to your company's knowledge base, and the avatar will answer questions in the waiting room, specifically pulling from the database.
Yeah, they're called NPC in games.
Yeah, exactly. They're fun to frag too.
Yeah, and you guys are making my brain go too, that it would be really kind of cool to actually have the waiting room video box be a live person.
Well, stay tuned. In the next 10 days, you're going to see some Zoom announcements about digital avatars and other things of that nature.
Oh, David, you heard that tease here. Were you listening?
And don't forget, you've always got that option to let people into the main room, and people you're not sure about into a breakout room, locked down, so you can go and see who they are, and you can always play a video to them.
You can also bypass the waiting room for people from your organization, but make outsiders wait. But we don't often talk about other Zoom products, but the Zoom customer, I can't remember what it's called, the customer service tool they have.
Contact center?
Maybe, and there's a couple other ones too. They're talking about a bunch of new Zoom abilities with digital voices and chatbots that are more realistic. So, I mean, whenever Zoom excels in one of their product lines, sometimes there's some bleed over into Zoom meetings. Maybe not right away, but if they're learning how to harness these tools for other products, eventually I think you'll see some benefit in the meeting tool as well. You're too quiet, David.
I know he's pondering.
It's writing it out.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I'm not writing it up. I'm waiting for John's workshop. Is what I'm doing.
I thought you were vibe coding your own waiting room.
No.
Oh,
I don't know.
yeah.
The thing about the waiting room that for me is challenging is well, two issues. One is that I'm an idiot, and when I have a meeting coming up, I'm sitting at my desk. Like if someone is coming into my meeting, I'm sitting at my desk and I'm ready for them. As soon as I see them, I let them in. Like there's no one hangs out in my waiting room.
Yeah, but a lot of people have meetings where you're expecting 300 or 400 participants, and they're all
No,
going to
that's
stagger
different,
in.
of
Yeah, I
course.
know. So I mean, your
Of
use
course.
case is not everyone's use case, right?
But the other issue with waiting room, and I understand that this is a privacy issue, is that audio is not on by default, and you have to click it on. And
Yeah.
I think that unless you're creating really nice visuals with whatever text you want to convey on it, I think 90% of the folks will never turn the audio on.
I agree, but I think it's good web design not to have a media player start by playing, because what if your speakers are cranked? Like that's just a general web design thing.
I agree 100%. They don't make the audio button. It's very small in the tiny corner. So yeah.
I think that could be addressed through better UI, like even a thing that says you're muted or it's muted. I don't know. I think the waiting room has advantages for people. I have done thousands of presentations where I'm the technician, the director, or whatever, and you would be surprised, like shocked at how often people are still rushing around behind the scenes 2 minutes before an event is about to start. So the waiting room gives the host of the meeting or the organizers of the meeting a safe way to get their stuff together before the meeting starts.
Yeah, no, for sure.
Absolutely. So we have a question. If we're going, this is related to Suno, and it's coming from Hershey Bar. Is asking us. He says, "Do you have an attribute on YouTube if you're using Suno or anything like that?" So
do you have to attribute? Like, do you have to give credits, right?
Yeah. So do you have to give credit when it comes to Suno? We don't. But that, of course, may change depending on the T's and C's of YouTube in the future. But at this particular point, there has been no flagging that John and I have seen, and nor have I seen it on Test Kitchen as of yet, because it's so customized. Especially, we're changing the lyrics. The actual bed of the music could be similar, but again, there's multiple criteria that will kick in at the YouTube level to actually start copyright striking certain things. If you are playing an identical version without lyrics and you're singing on top of it, your chances of getting a content strike that way are quicker. And again, with Suno, because they are taking their creative algorithms and their knowledge that they've learned about music online and musical songs that they've databased and within themselves, that they are taking the best ofs, shall we call it, from multiple songs and actually taking that into their logic when they actually compose a song, without getting into a lot of the nitty gritty of being able to what kind of things you can tweak.
I don't think it's as much about YouTube as it is about I guess it is, but about you were sorry. I'm going back to when you were talking about if YouTube changes the way it makes people give attribution. I think that's more of an AI question than a YouTube question that we need to figure out.
Correct. Yeah, it could get to the point where Suno down the road, because they are getting into too much hot water with the labels and artists, that they might end up eventually saying, if you ever use any Suno content in your YouTube videos, you have to now put it as an attribute within your description.
For what it's worth, I don't think that'll happen, but there's no way to trace a straight line from what Suno's generating to any learned content in an LLM. There's no way to draw a straight line. So
yeah, some artists right now are taking Suno to court because they've they have found elements. So there's the important word, elements of their song in other people's songs that was really customized to them or that specific song that they made. So again, it's not the whole, they're not ripping the whole song and then just putting different words on top of it. Right.
Right.
Elements. And right now that's being fought in court right now by artists in the US. But so I guess in that regards, stay tuned if it will eventually become more important or not important. Go for it, Robert.
David, I've got a Zoom question. Have you talked about the new layout in the Zoom backend?
In the app or in the on the
No, in the backend, in the browser itself. So the question is, do you ever log out of Zoom in the backend? Because if you haven't logged out, then you won't have noticed it. But if you log out and sign in again, you'll see how much has changed. Oh, that's it. Yeah. When you go in there and you sign in, how much has actually changed. And
so let's see. Let's go to sign in. It's going to give me a code. Hold on a second. So open my code. Oh, yeah, I did. Okay. Put my code
as Robert talks, and I will talk as David is doing that. There we go.
No, it's fine. It's that no one's the code isn't going to give everyone. So here's what we got.
Oh, that's different. There's something that's in your browser that's held this, has brought you to this page. Because what it does now is it brings you back to the original page where you were not logged in, except you have an icon that says you're logged in.
Yeah, no, I know what you're talking about.
And that gets really confusing as to what to do next.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
So we've actually talked about this quite a bit, that you go to zoom.us and there's no way to figure out how to get to your Zoom. And the answer is you have to go to your icon here, which, by the way, I actually have an icon. I don't know why it's not there. And then you have to go to, you don't want the web app, I don't think, because the web app is where you launch meetings from.
It always reverts to your initials, David. The initials that you put in your name for the user. That's
I know,
what it comes up
like, then why have an avatar? Like, that's just silly.
Oh, they save it for later.
So to get to the page that we all want to get to, you have to go to settings, which is interesting because I don't think of this page as my settings page, because this is where I wanted to come to, home. So yeah, we've talked about that. It's yeah. It's a problem. I don't know if it's a problem, but it's
I just wanted to bring it up so that people become aware of it and how to get there. That's all.
You know what? One of the things that we talked about, I can't remember who. Oh, it was I think it was Ray last week. That there are so many times when us users of Zoom are trying to navigate around, and we feel like they're always trying to sell us something. Like,
I saw that ad on your front page. We have that turned off. My users don't see ads in our environment.
Right. So this is like, I'm a paying user. And in my case, I pay for whatever, 8 business lines. Like, it's not a lot of money compared to Frank, but I pay him a lot of money. It's a lot of cash out of my wallet. And when I go to zoom.us, the first thing they're doing is trying to sell me more products, which, whatever. Like, I'm not.
But when you were logged into into the web portal, there was an ad there too. That I found that disturbing.
Right. So if I go to here, and then I click home. Right.
Yeah, like why is that there? Get that out of there. That shouldn't be there.
You're right. Yeah. Yeah. I didn't even pay attention to that, but you're absolutely right. Now, in devil's advocate, there are things that I will never know about Zoom that if they don't put this stuff here, I'll never discover it. So for discoverability, okay, but maybe not. I don't know. There's how to balance this is really. I'm glad I don't have to be the one to.
It's neat how your thing. Like, I haven't seen this before. You've got your admin dashboard. I don't have that. Like, It's interesting.
Which admin dashboard?
Right at the bottom
down
there,
here?
under the ad there.
Yeah.
I don't have that view in Enterprise.
I don't ever use this, but yeah.
We have a dashboard, but it's not like that. Anyways, that's interesting. Do you have future release controls in the admin section? I put a picture of it in the chat.
Feature release? No. Well, in my account settings, I can go in and I can turn on and off features for different for either everyone but I can't control
this is like a timer.
Released.
It tells you what's about to change, and it gives you the opportunity to either allow it or completely turn it off until Zoom. Eventually, sometimes Zoom will force you to turn something on. You can definitely delay things.
Yeah, I don't think I have that. I don't think I have that. Nope.
This is only one place where you have the ads. The other place is when you go into Webinar Plus. You talked about this last week. That's a really irritating one.
Yeah. That no, is it here? Where is it?
Webinar Plus.
No, that wasn't it. It's back on this page. Right. Sorry. This is it. You click on Webinars Plus, and then I already have Webinars Plus. What are you selling me?
Exactly. Like if you're a free user, sure, bomb them crazy with ads. But when you're paying, you shouldn't be subjected to this. Not cool, Zoom. Not cool.
But not just that, but more than that, yes, create webinar, but why didn't it take me to I don't know. Maybe there isn't a place to go in Webinars Plus. Maybe that's the problem.
Well, at least this has functionality. Like you can do something with it.
Right. There are calls to action there. Right.
Yeah.
And the truth is, if it took me here, I think I'd be like, oh my God, where'd you just take me? So I don't know.
Yeah. The events platform and the Zoom platform are completely separate. In fact, I've had times when I've been able to be logged in as one person in the events platform and logged in as a user in the other platform at the same time. There is one new feature I've discovered, which means it could have been around for a few days and I didn't notice it. But when you're editing for Production Studio, if you have a set of multiple events under an event, like I do, you can actually jump between each of the designs for each of the events and customize them and then jump back to another one. So
I didn't get that, John.
So I've got multiple session events. So I mean, I can share my screen if you like. I've got an event. I'll do that. It's going to make more sense.
So John, are you saying you have one event that has multiple sessions?
Yes. In other words, it's happening every week. So let me put that over there.
Okay. So it's not a question of having sessions within an event. It's just a repeating event.
That's correct. But unfortunately, due to the word dictionary of Zoom, they call it sessions because they confuse us, don't they?
By the way, sorry to interrupt, John, because I have to jump off. Let me just, so I stopped that note that I started at the beginning of the meeting. And the first thing I got was this Zoom referral program, which I've never heard of. I get Zoom credits. I don't know what the heck credits are, but okay. So this is, it's still, okay. Now it's doing this is the Zoom, what do you call it? The key outcomes. It's putting everything together for me. Still working out. I still don't see my notes in here. So it's definitely, as you said, John, it's sort of the personal notes are end cap notes, I think. But it did say, I did click the button that said include those personal notes in the AI summary. So I'd have to look through and see, but we'll have to see if I'll take a look later. I can report back next week.
I was going to say, it's going to get to the point with that running, Dave, that you could actually send it to Zoom directly every week. So you want to know what we talked about every week?
Right. So and then there's a note at the bottom here. Oh, shoot, it's gone. Oh. It said basically notes it said basically that my personal notes were integrated into this. And then I had an option for the 10 seconds that it was there to revert to manual notes, which I can't do anymore. So now my manual notes are gone and they're just integrated, and I have to just hope that I can find them. Oh no, sorry. Look at this. These are my 2 personal notes, and they're highlighted, or they're whatever you call it. They're in bold.
Sorry, John,
Right
can you
here.
switch your screen sharing off so we can see David's screen, please?
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. I apologize, John. I stepped
That's
all
okay.
over you.
Thank you.
So this is, I can't zoom in, sorry. So the 2 notes that I put in myself are in bold, 3 notes. And they're in line with the, so it's not in line, you don't get them in line with the video or with the transcript, but you do get them in line with the summary, the AI summary that is giving you. So presumably if I put important URL here, yeah, it gives me, so it is linked. It is linked to the summary. Here it is. And presumably somewhere in here, there wasn't an important URL. I just typed that in. Presumably I would be able to find that URL in here. So that's nice. So far, my notes is looking pretty nice. Okay. I apologize for interrupting.
No,
John?
that's fine, because your use case was correct for what the feedback was, because people were saying it's all great you creating all these summaries, but what about the things that we want to put in? And that's what my notes was for, and you've used it exactly the same that they wanted it for. So that's good.
Yep. No, it worked. All right. Take it away, John. Sorry.
Thanks, David. I'm in one of my shows, and so it's a multi-session. I need new teeth for this. It's a multi-session show. So I can go to edit all sessions and I can make changes that will globally change all my sessions. So I could turn them all to Simulives, or I could turn them all to meetings, or I could change the date. I can't change the time zone. Just going back to what we had. It doesn't change the time zone locked for the event, which is embarrassing.
John, if you're sharing, you're not sharing.
Oh, gosh. This is where you think, oh, we should be running Production Studio, because Mike would just turn it on and off when I needed it.
Yeah, I know.
It was so neat.
I know.
So here's a repeat. So when if you want to edit all sessions, so what I've got here is I've got a event. It's called a multi-session event. It's happening on a frequency, which you see I've got defined here. I can actually change that. I can change the number of sessions. I can go down or up, and it will take off ones that I have already, or I can add more. In other words, I can keep this going on forever, because I can just keep adding sessions every now and again. And I can also make some basic changes, as I said, whether it's a meeting or a webinar or a Simulive. But what's neat for me is the Production Studio thing. So hold on, let me just make sure let's choose it. So this is this is a session that's already existed. It's already run. So I had turned on Production Studio for that, and I can go into the scenes that I gave to Mike to control. So these are all the scenes that I have for this session. So I can see them all, I can edit them all, or whatever. If I want to, it's hidden, but if I want to, I can click on there. I can save it as a template so I can use it elsewhere. But in the old days, I would go back to my session to go and find another session to edit. I don't have to now. Now they're all listed here. So all of those sessions where I've turned on Production Studio are now available in this list, and I can jump from one to another. When I say turned on, there is something about Production Studio which I need to warn you about, and that is when you get to a session, they've got to use their words. So if I go to a session that hasn't happened yet, and I go to in-session branding, I haven't yet enabled Production Studio for this. And the reason I haven't enabled Production Studio for this is when I do, I get a choice of starting from a scene or starting from a template. If I then later on decide that my template's changed, I won't be able to relaunch this with a new template. So I keep them all off until the week of the event, and then I turn it on, and then I can call up the latest template. As you can see, I update my template often, so I can then call my latest template, and then that will become the active template for that session. But as I said, once I have created a template and Production Studio is live, I can go into any of the sessions, either those coming up or those that are behind, and I can go between them and I can check. See, this one I haven't built yet, so I can check the information for each of those, and then I can copy and paste content from one to the other. That makes life so much easier. Sure.
Can I just make sure that I've understood you? If you set up an event and it's going to repeat itself every 1 week. Okay.
I'll do it for you now if you like.
And are you saying that if you switch at the time of creating that event, if you switch Production Studio on, you're not going to have it on in all of the sessions?
Correct. You just turn it on each session as you go.
So you didn't turn them off, you just need to turn them on when you need them.
I just activate it when I need it.
Okay, I didn't realize that.
And that way, I'm not committing myself with later sessions to a particular template. Because one of the things we do is we have intro music and outro music, and I have to update the graphics for the intro music so it's got the right graphic for that particular show. So I don't bulk build them. I build them as each one's coming up. I go in and I build it with the graphics that then connects to the music, so that Mike just has a intro music slide to play, and it plays the intro music, and then we have an outro that plays the outro music. We've just added a new show, so then my outro music now I'll have to add another screenshot to show that we have a list of extra shows. But you just simply control it from here. So you just say, I want recurring sessions, and then you just choose what the recurrence is going to be, and it builds them.
Okay, that I'm aware of, but I didn't realize that it doesn't switch the Production Studio on after you've defined them.
No,
it's on for each and every session. But I hear what you're saying about the templates. That's a super important piece of information, because I'm assuming what you're doing is you're loading the videos and the images directly into Production Studio so that you can just play them from there.
Yeah, because we've got about 15, 17 slides, and only 3 or 4 of them need to be changed each show. Because most of the other slides are the slides of the different layouts. You know, me sharing a screen, Mike and I on the same screen, and all those screens. They don't change very often, so we don't need to update those, but we do need to update the intros and the outros.
Perfect, thank you.
And of course,
that's useful.
The most good thing about multi-session is you can choose whether people register for one event or whether they register once and they get listed in all the events, which is also useful because then they are getting reminded to it as a series as well.
I'll tell you something interesting about Production Studio. I was with a corporate client last week talking about Production Studio for them to use. And the fact that it's in the cloud meant absolutely nothing to them because they hadn't experienced the previous version. They were just not aware that it was never in the cloud. So that was one interesting thing. The other thing that was super interesting is that when I asked one of their team members to take control over the production and to open Production Studio, it was absolutely magical. The whole concept was so new that it was jaw-dropping. They were so amazed by the fact that they could control and manage this. That's something that was prepared. What I didn't tell them that once you've started the event, you can't, or the webinar, you can't change any of the templates. Or I didn't want to scare them off, but that's something that hurts me personally, because the amount of testing you have to do before an event, especially when you're doing these one-off events. If you're having a recurring event like yours, you know exactly what to fix before the next event. But if you're doing a one-off, you only have one chance to get it right.
Yeah, but
John,
we have emergency ones though, don't we?
Yeah, John and I've been able to get semi around this, Robert. Go for it, John.
Yeah, we've got emergency ones. So, for instance, we've got a screen sharing one where there's 4 people on the side, but there's only 2 of us. So I'm at the top, and then Mike's number 3. So during an event, if we have a guest in for any reason, Mike's got the choice of where he puts the guest, and the guest can either be before him or after him, depending on the layout or how we want it to look. So we take advantage of the fact that it doesn't show people that aren't there, and we put empty spaces in a lot of places so that there are versions of the scenes to try and fit those eventualities. And yeah, ours has got bigger over time, Robert, because as we thought of new scenes where things might go wrong, we've just added another one onto the end. But I like you. It's for me, it's the ability to add a video on the fly or an image on the fly. I can understand all the others, but that is sometimes a little bit annoying that you can't have a image placeholder and be able to change the image during the event.
Yeah, that was one of my, as I'm making notes going, oh, I wish production studio would do this, that, that's one of them. The other one that I've also gotten around to is that should John, and again, a lot of us, what we do is unscripted. So again, what I will actually do is based on the templates I've got in front of me, I will start either replacing or using the replace mode or the remove mode in the scenes. If you know what I'm talking about, you know what I'm talking about. If you've been in production studio, where if you've already pre-assigned that person, as John has done, he's pre-assigned himself to certain scenes and pre-assigned me to certain scenes already in the actual template of production studio. But what I will go in is all of a sudden is like, oh, it would be really cool if this was happening. What's my closest template to that? Then it's like, oh yeah, okay, I want the share full screen, but it won't be full screen because we don't have a full screen one, but John has added one now that's full screen. So in the beginning, we didn't have a full screen share. So I went, okay, there's a share with John beside it, but if I take away John, I get the share only. So now I had a templated share in the middle without John. So I was taking advantage of not having myself and John in that template, even though the template was made for us 3 to be on there as well as the share. I've now taken that scene down to just a share on the fly because I didn't have a dedicated full screen one. And then I said to John, and then be taking notes afterwards going, yeah, I need a scene that's this and it's a scene that's that, which is a couple of them have been a full screen of himself without the actual templated background, and also full screen of the share without the templated background. So we get equivalent to what we're seeing on YouTube right now with me full screen, instead of it actually having our Lord Zoom Live graphic in the background in the box. So, as we do it more and more often, I'm throwing a scene at John going, John, I wish I had this. I would use this more often. Or I'm already doing that as I'm switching, where I'm actually taking a scene and modifying that scene for my purposes, right? Adding people, taking away people. That is the good thing you can do and should not be underestimated, that you can modify a scene live. So if you do have to build something all of a sudden on the fly, you can, but you're only still limited to the scenes configurations that are there. So if you you forgot that you didn't actually have a full screen share or just a share by itself, you could actually take a share that has a person beside it, remove that person, and now it just becomes a share.
Okay, and when you take it off production, if you take it offline and you replace the editing one on the left with a different scene, when you bring back the original scene from the template, does it repopulate with the original person? I don't know that. I've never tried
Johnny,
that.
go ahead. You know that answer.
Yeah, it always comes back with the default one, then you have to undo it again.
Okay, that's perfect. Actually, that's
it's
what I would like it to do. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So again, it's very convenient in that regards, because again, John sets up through all my notes that I've given him of, you're always going to be in this scene here, I'm always going to be in this scene there. But should all of a sudden we have 3 guests, but yet we didn't have a 5 side by side of us being able to have 5 of us side by side in a scene. Well, I might not go on that scene, but yet John and the 3 other people could, because we only had a 4, right? So I could actually take myself out and add that third person into that scene and then use that for that. And then, of course, as I take away, and this is something that I do too, is that for that 4-up scene, we have a 3-up scene and we have a 4-up scene. For the 3-up scene, I actually have both of us in there. And for the 4-up, I also have both of us there. But should I just need all of a sudden John by himself in that 3-up or 4-up, I could actually take myself out and then it's just John, because Zoom automatically will modify it for you. So the scenes are flexible on the fly, and also very flexible too, that all of a sudden if somebody does lose connection, that's also very flexible too. So it's not great when the scene is live. If somebody takes, if that person all of a sudden does cut out live, it will modify itself. But with a share, and this is something that John and I ran into, was John was full screen share. Then all of a sudden he shut off the share. It stopped production studio. Oops. So that is officially Zoom. Oopsie. That's a bug.
That's a feature, because we know about it now.
Yeah, that is officially a feature of how to break production studio. Don't have a full screen share, then all of a sudden have that person shut the share off, because production studio goes, bye-bye. There's nothing here for me to go to. So,
but the ability to have a share live and then just choose not to show it in production studio is really great, because it means once somebody's sharing, if you've got a presentation machine that's going to do all the slides and do all the sharing, using production studio, you can kick it off and bring it back whenever you like, just by changing the scenes. And you don't have to keep starting and restarting a share. But the thing I like the most at the moment, which is really stupid, but I shouldn't say that because Mike told me to do it. Our closing video, we do a fade to black at the very end of our closing video. Then it runs for about 5 or 10 seconds as fade to black. So I can make the YouTube and the recording fade to black, and then I can stop them all. It's just a cleaner ending to the content.
That's the way we used to cheat way back in the day of the broadcast industry. Of, if you're in black, it looked like I crossfaded to a black, or I crossfaded out of something into something, because right now production studio are all hard cuts. So the more you can add that extra functionality, and should production studio eventually get it, great. But at this particular point, we're sort of cheating the system right now by doing fade out of blacks, fade into blacks, so that it actually looks a lot cleaner, going from black to John all of a sudden appears, as compared to here to here. It's like, what? It's a little bit jarring at times doing hard cuts sometimes.
Yeah, there is no functionality for transitions when you do a cut, that's for sure.
Right.
But I actually, when I do my events on using Production Studio, I do exactly that. I have a full screen setup that is connected to a separate user, and I've got an ATEM Mini connected to that. And into the ATEM Mini, I've got 4 other computers that feed in there. One will have media, one will have Zoom graphics tools kits, where I can put up all sorts of stuff onto the main screen when I need to. One will have Zoom tiles, and that can come up onto the main screen as well if I'm doing an online event. And that's something that I realized very quickly, that it's useful to have that functionality of just pushing things through from an external source onto one user, and you just keep that user on the screen all the time.
Yeah, and what John has done too, that we've done in a couple of our shows when John was demoing, he would actually bring in a second John, so that second John on that separate PC. This goes back to Tony's question of how many PCs can John run at certain times. Sometimes 2 or 3. Depending on our show. But again, the only problem that I have in Production Studio is that I would like to see as a source, and Robert, you've used Production Studio enough as I have, I can't tell who's sharing. I have to go in to that person and actually add that person, and then I will be able to know if that person can share or not. I do not see if the share is live, so I do not know if that person is live sharing. in my sources at the bottom of Production Studio.
Yep, you can't
That
see it in
bothers
Production
me to
Studio.
no end.
You see it in Zoom, but you won't see it in Production Studio.
Right. Correct. Yeah. So I will see it on my, in my case, I have it on my teleprompter that I know John is sharing. That is my only confidence though. But I shouldn't be looking at that. I should be looking at Production Studio and it should be in there as a source. And that definitely Zoom, please. I don't care. That one is very important to me.
That's a tricky one because you can have multiple people sharing at the same time. So how do you handle that?
I want to see them all. Honestly, if I had 10 people as panelists, I want 10 shares. So I want to see 20 things then. Honestly, in the production world, you do. Because what would be any different than you bringing in a laptop that has slides on it as a video source? You would want to be able to see that in your multi-view. No different there. This is not really a lot for Zoom to actually add, like where they say, Production Studio is never going to be vMix. Fine. But again, if a share is a live source that I could put in a scene, then yes, I want to see it in the sources at the bottom. Because it's a source. A share is a source. If I'm adding it into the scene as a source, I need to know that John has turned on his scene, has turned on to share. Now, here's the other fun part about this too. Right now with John and I, it's either I'm sharing or John's sharing. But if you're right, Robert, what if you have 2 or 3 people sharing and you're bringing that into Production Studio, but you might only have one template? Well, great. That's fine. You could actually replace somebody's share with that other share. So you don't have to have 10 of the same template done. So that's the great thing where I was going back to saying, how I can remove John and all of a sudden just add the share. Well, you could also remove the share and put that new share. So you can have the same 1 box, 2 box, 3 box beside the share template. Sorry, scene. I keep doing those backwards because the whole thing is a template and each one is a scene. So each scene can be modified on the fly, including the share scenes, to that if you do have another presenter coming up, you can change the share scene to be that next person. But I don't know if they're actually sharing or not until I actually put in the preview of that scene when they're sharing to actually know if they're actually truly sharing or not.
Yeah, but the solution for that is, like you said, for example, underneath the sources, you can have the screen shares and then
that's exactly, that's right. I want to just see it, that it pops itself up. Not if Zoom in their wisdom need to classify it as another panelist, then so be it. But it's officially, the share is its own video source that's coming in. So I should see it as a video source in the sources on the bottom of Production Studio. But that's the only thing that does drive me nuts, is that sometimes I know that John's sharing because I'm looking at the Workplace app. But if I'm totally focused on my Production Studio screen where I've got the production, I'm not necessarily looking over there to see if the share is still enabled or not. And again, I'm not running multiple shares. So I really don't even know how that would even react properly in Production Studio. Robert, you've done multiple shares?
I haven't actually, not in Production Studio. Just trying to think about it, because what usually happens is that I'll cut to someone who's hosting the program and set up in the preview the next person who's coming in with a share. So I'll see it before I cut it. But I haven't been in a situation where I have to switch between presentations.
So one presenter having one set of slides and then another presenter having another set of slides.
No.
Or sharing their screen or whatever
No.
kind of share they're sharing.
But I have had people, I usually switch off the ability for multiple people to share their screens because it gets tricky. And I don't know how Zoom Production Studio will handle this, because if someone switches off his presentation when he's presenting, will the next one pop up? I don't know.
No, it crashes.
No. It crashes. Yeah.
Well, okay. It'll crash Production Studio if it's full screen with no background. So okay. if there's a background and it's just to share it within the background, it would just be the background.
Okay.
So you would have basically just the background empty at that particular point. That I'm almost 100% sure that that's the way it happens. But because of the fact that the share was full screen, and I had John add that as a scene, because that whole scene, it didn't have anything to go to. Production studio just basically went blah, and it threw up, and it says, I don't know what to do, so I'm shutting off. So that's when it did that. Even though, yes, sorry, full stop on that. Yeah, I was going to modify, but no, there is no modification there. When it comes to allocating the share, you have to do a replace. So you'd have to go in and actually, for that share, it will always be designated to that person while they're in the webinar to be shared until you remove it, either do a replace or remove. Now you could, if you wanted to, all of a sudden need another template that you know that nobody's going to be sharing anymore, you could actually remove the share as well and just have that as a, even though it's a 2 or 3 box that are stacked on top of each other, Zoom will automatically make it wide because they just take the magic of that there's nothing in the share, so it automatically fills up the screen, right?
That's one of the best functionalities of Production Studio. I love it.
Yeah, 100%. It's saved me a couple of times. Again, when we were in the beginning, that I didn't have enough of the scenes that John made, which wasn't a stab at John. I just, as we started talking about things, as John started doing stuff, I'm forever with the mouse, removing, replacing, or adding, or shutting off, or this or that in there. And it's getting less and less and less that I'm doing that, where I'm just going scene, in preview, take, scene, take. But it takes some time. Again, we're doing a lot of different things. So I would, even here, if we're doing that with Production Studio here on Zoom Test Kitchen, I would be constantly replacing, removing, because all of a sudden, yeah, Mike, can I share? Of course, then I have to, just give me a sec, because I would have to go up and now add that person, add them into the share template. Yeah, go for it. And then all of a sudden you'd have a big share with them either small or side by side, same size, or whatever scene at that particular point we had put into the template.
But I got to admit that as a concept, I've tried to present Production Studio online. It is really difficult. I found it a lot easier if I go to the client's site, run the event for them using Production Studio, and they see the functionality and what's going on and how it's being done. It's so much easier to grasp. They see the simplicity. When you try to explain it and say, now we're in backstage, go to front stage. Now this is Production Studio. That's going to change. It's not what you see. It's over here. It becomes very, very tricky. The best presentations I've had so far are actually running an event from a client side and using Production Studio. And they see it. They just see what we're doing. They see the effect, and it's a sell.
Yeah. So you brought up something that is a pet peeve of mine, which I know will probably not change anytime soon. And John knows this one, where officially I'm a video switcher person. If I was in the real environment, and Frank knows what I'm talking about here, and he'll start nodding his head. Right now, the way Production Studio runs is that the video switcher person / gear is sitting on stage beside the person that's at the podium. Meaning that Production Studio has to be on stage, where in theory, in a real life event situation, that video switching person is hiding in the background somewhere, aka backstage, which is where I'd ideally want it. So right now, to explain to everybody that hasn't used Production Studio right now, is that Production Studio, you have to be on stage as the Production Studio TD. You're not live, but you're live within the actual Zoom webinar, but everybody only sees the Production Studio output. Go ahead, Robert.
Mike, just to simplify this a little bit, in Webinar Plus or Zoom events, you can set up whether you want to have a backstage or not. You're talking about the scenario where we have a backstage and we have a front stage and we're using production studio. So that's like the most complicated scenario. But you can have just a webinar with a waiting room, start the webinar, open production studio, and you're running it.
Johnny, correct or no? I don't
Yeah.
know that.
Yes, but I like to use the backstage area so that the team that are running the event, rather than being on the stage, can all hang out together, can converse, can jointly work on the Q&A and the chat and control everything. And in that scenario, it would make sense for the person who's controlling what's being seen on the screen for everybody else to be backstage with those other people so that they could work together and discuss things and work on things.
I agree with you. That's
But the
absolutely correct.
the way they set it up, you have to be on the stage to do those controls. So what I will do when I don't have a mic, which sometimes I have to work without a mic, it's terrible. When I do that, I will have 2 copies of me. So I'll have 1 copy of me on the stage doing all the production studio things, and it will be literally everything else turned off. And then I will have a second instance of me logged into the backstage so I can talk to the other people. In other words, talk to the people that are managing the event with me, and then we can work together. And I'm in the 2 places at once.
Yeah,
which is only confusing when I then have to announce something to the stage, because then I have to turn off the microphone and speakers on one side and turn on the microphone and speakers on the other side, so I don't get an echo between the 2 rooms.
Yeah, but you've got this super duper Stream Deck now.
I have.
I saw it last week on YouTube. You can program it and you'll be ready to go.
Oh, just give me input sources. I've got so many of them now. I can shuffle around and stuff. Oh, it's mad, absolutely mad.
Yeah. So just getting back to my infamous pet peeve, and that is my pet peeve right now of production studios, that in the real world, I should be video switching production studio and backstage, right? Because if you want to, if backstage is enabled, which in my opinion it should be all the time, anyways, but because you have it in a true live event situation, you will always have a backstage and an on stage at any venue. So, in that regards, the video person or even the AV team, you'll never see the AV team on stage beside the person in the podium. So this is right now where you're putting the production studio TD person, you're physically putting them in the same, and I know it's based on backstage being its own meeting and on stage being its own meeting in theory. I understand that. But again, there is ways that backstage can listen to on stage already. So there must be ways of some sort of holes, shall we call it, and I'll use that term very loosely, to be able to have production studio enabled backstage. In my situation with John is that, yes, I'm also one of the co-hosts, so I'm also I should be on stage too. But if I am a TD person and a true TD person that will never be on stage, never being called on, never have audio playing from me or video playing from me, and I'm only worrying about the TD job, I should never be on stage. And right now, production studio is forcing that.
Yeah, that's crazy.
See? Frank agrees, yeah.
They should just have an option to hide or unhide that particular role or person or whatever, right? If you don't want to be on stage because you're just being the video engineer for the show and you're not going to contribute anything, you should be able to be invisible.
Frank doesn't know, does he? Frank, when you run production studio, 3 other people turn up to your event.
Oh yeah, that's the other fun thing too. Go for that one, Johnny. Yeah, explain this one to everybody.
I don't know if I can. It's too technical. When you run production studio, somebody called production studio turns up to your event, and that's But when you then share a video, two more guys turn up because apparently it takes 2 of them to hold the video in the system.
They're very heavy. You wouldn't want to lift one yourself.
Yeah,
I'm just looking at it from a traditional, like I've been a television switcher for 25, 30 years. I'm not going to be part of the show. Why do we have to, like, I'm in a back room in a, like in a control room. Why would I be on stage if I'm never going to contribute anything and I'm just running the show?
It was easier to program that way.
That's lazy. That's a lazy excuse.
Fact, 100% fact.
I surmise that it was easier to program that way. But
Oh, you're probably right. Or their culture isn't a television culture. Like they don't come at it from a television production point of view, right?
yeah, and they always said it's not there to replace all the other switcher programs that are out there. But I like it because it does enough. Okay, there's a few little niggles we've all got a little bit more, perhaps just a little bit more, but it does enough to make a big difference between spotlighting people and doing things properly. And then if they do things properly, they can always get more complicated software to do stuff. I mean, I have no doubt that I will also be buying the media upgrade because the idea of getting proper 1080p versions of you guys and then putting them on my nice big 60-inch screen is going to look fabulous.
I mean, if you want to look at it from a cultural point of view, of people who work in offices, I have gone to many events where the person on stage is not advancing their own PowerPoint slideshow. They're too busy presenting. This is very akin to that. Like the person who's doing the TD job, as Mike's calling it, is really the slide advancer and doesn't need to be on stage.
Right.
And that's not even a TV analogy. That's a corporate meeting analogy.
Yeah, then that's perfectly fair too, Frank. That's right. Because again, I was looking at, actually it was a recent Zoom event picture, as a matter of fact, where they had 5 televisions that were confidence monitors in front of them. So one was running the teleprompter, one was running the slides, and one was running the countdown clock to let them know that they only got X amount of time to speak because they're giving their presentation. And they had that on 5 TVs. So yes, they had the presentation on 2, they had the PowerPoints on 2, and they had the clock in the middle. But again, that's a real life situation. But you're right, Frank, that somebody's controlling all those 5 screens too.
I worked in a no longer existing but very top 100 Fortune 100 company, and a lot of companies do this. They run meetings like television events, even when there's no cameras in the room. There's a community production line. If you know what a DSAN is for slide advancing, and for they have clocks, like speaking clocks. 5 minutes left, 4 minutes left, whatever. Then the light turns red. Get the hell off stage. Like it is an art form. I have been on shows where the tech bridge, if you want, that's what we call it. The people who are doing things. Some of the people are in Houston. Some of the people are in Zurich. Some of the people are somewhere else. They've got 4 lawyers on the phone call, making sure that everything is, considered. And the whole thing's like a military operation, and there's not one video camera going. It's that approach, that high level approach to meetings where billions of dollars of stock trades and things are on the line. So corporations will buy Zoom and will look to have these kind of functionalities, even if there's no video production aspect to it, really.
Yeah.
It's just a better version of control. Production studio is just a nice way of knowing who the focus is. Except
who's the target audience for production studio? It's going to be people who care about these things. It's not going to be someone having a meeting with their grandchildren, or the local book reading club or something getting together on Thursday nights to talk about the last novel. It's going to be people who have the same kind of attitudes that everyone that shows up here regularly has, which is we want production abilities that mimic what we're used to in our traditional workflows.
If I can just put my perspective on that, with my corporate clients, when I've shown them Production Studio, they're actually happy to have the switcher on stage because they don't feel alone. That's the thing about Production Studio. If you're on stage and you don't see anyone behind you, you don't know who to call out, to show, signal
that's
to.
Fair. That's fair. But all I'm saying is have a toggle in the software that says hide or unhide the technical director. That way everyone's satisfied. It's really just it's like hide self-view for that particular role. Or not hide yourself, but hide yourself from the broadcast, I guess.
Yeah, that's a good point, Robert. I agree with both of you, all three of you. I always leave my version of me that's on the stage. I always leave the camera on because I know that in production studio, the audience only sees what production studio is showing, but the people on stage can see everybody else is on stage, and they can see their cameras, are they on or off. They can see all the people on stage. So I agree totally with that. I have a version of me who hangs out with a camera on at all times, and sometimes I put up little screenshots, saying when the break is and time is and things like that, little information things. But when there are speakers speaking, I am on the stage with them, and yeah, I suppose I am. I'm like not their comfort blanket, but their assurance that somebody else is there and listening, and it means that I can MC if I ever need to. And sometimes I have people who come on the stage who don't want to do their own slides. I've done it in practical events, and I've got one of those clickers that doesn't work, but it makes a noise when you click it. So I just give that to them, and every time I hear the click, I just press the button on my
hilarious.
mouse. And it moves on to the next
pacifier.
slide.
Here, take your pacifier.
Yeah, it's okay. I want my clicker. But yeah, as on stage, I can hit a button as MC and I can interject. And sometimes we run polls, and of course the speaker doesn't want to run the poll. The speaker doesn't want to do anything. So the speaker runs the poll, and then I watch the poll, and then I will give feedback to the speaker. Oh, I think you gave him a good question here. Nobody's answered it yet. Oh, right, the answers are starting to come through. Yeah, we're up to 50% of the people now. I think they're getting the idea. And I'll give them this full commentary so that everybody knows what's going on with the poll. And then of course it's a medical conference, so then the answer is some medical term, and then they have a laugh because I can't pronounce it properly. But that's by the by.
So I have done, I don't know, like 1,000 PhD thesis defenses, and we usually bring the external examiner in by Zoom. So there's 3 or 4 professors in the room, and there's a visiting professor from some other institution. That's done, I think, to have a fairness to it. There's someone external who can validate that what's happening in the room is also, this in that discipline is fair to say this person deserves a PhD. And I'm in the room, and this is usually done in the way a traditional video conference would be done. So you're in a room with monitors and audience mics and stuff that are hanging from the ceiling. And I'm not going to contribute anything in the meeting. I'm just there to do the camera angles and make sure the slides are working. And people in the room, so to speak to Robert's point, can talk to me and say, we're having a problem, or could you make this happen for us? But I'm never once going to be part of that presentation. I'm just a monkey pressing buttons for people, right? But so I can see arguments in both ways, like what Robert says is completely valid. But I just think Zoom can give you options. They can have a toggle switch and make everyone happy, and I don't know why they just don't do that,
That reminds me of a feature they asked for. It's used in court cases, and they wanted a feature so that the lawyer and the defendant could go somewhere private and have a conversation and not be heard. That's a feature that's been asked for. Sorry, Robert.
I thought those were called breakout rooms.
I did suggest that.
And
I don't know if they took it on or they wanted something special, but
okay, because that's when we have court cases and we have a special request for a breakout room. They are, where can we go into a private room? And we have the breakout rooms open, and only I can, as the host, can move them across, or the person running the meeting can move them across.
I've done some trials where expert testimony is required, and the person joins via video conferencing, and I have to keep a Bible on hand just so that the judge can see if someone affirm their oath before they start saying whatever they're going to say. So people come into my office and go, "Why do you have a Bible on your in case there's a court thing?" I don't know. It's just weird.
There's another function that also has to be on stage, whether using production studio or not. The person has to be on stage. That's the interpreters, because the interpreting function doesn't work off stage. So you need to be on stage to be able to use it.
Yeah.
So which I actually like, because if the interpreters have a problem, I can bring them to backstage, sort out the problem, then send them back.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, so that's really good.
Robert, that brings a good question for me that I think John, we might have touched this a little bit or not, but I think since you brought it up, I wanted to ask you, and I'm going with it this way. What functionality in production studio would you utilize to bring in that, signing person or translator? I'm thinking more ASL. So the sign language.
Yeah, I'm curious about this too. Does Production Studio have the same sign language ability that Meetings has?
I don't know the answer to that question.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Neither do I. That's why I was going to you, Robert. You do more ASL than I do, so that's why I was going
actually,
that way.
we don't. We do very little sign language interpretation. What, in fact, our main jobs now are with interpretation, simultaneous interpretation, that are online, but a lot more is going on site at the moment. Since the beginning of this year, we found that the hybrid setup that was working well for us last year with interpretation has sort of faded out. I think the costs are too high for the average company to be able to, or they don't know how to justify the expense, the additional expense of having people online at such a large value.
So I've heard some rumors that Zoom is going to be releasing AI translation that you listen to, that you don't read, that you listen to in synthetic voices.
Yeah, I've heard that as well, and I've seen a couple of presentations where people have literally taken from the transcript or the captions and just text to voice.
Yeah, this is going to be in real time, and synthetic voices that like the audio channel for interpreters. I guess you'll tune into it, but it'll be coming from a server, not from another human.
I'm sure there will be a lot more of that. And in our business, from what we're seeing, is that the C-suite, which we mainly serve with our interpretation, will not go for an AI solution at this moment in time. Maybe they'll change. That'll change when the next generation comes in, but at the moment they refuse to use it.
Sure.
In meetings, and there've been comments when the translated captions come online, some people feel comfortable using it because you can always ask to reconfirm that this is what you meant. Yeah, this is what I understand. Is this what you meant? But if you're streaming something out, you don't have that chance.
Mm-hmm.
You don't. Yeah? So it needs to be verified in some better way.
Right. And this is where you and I have talked offline, Robert, about having that man in the middle service where you can actually go in and do the live editing of the captioning. That's what you're talking about with captioning?
Yeah, it was with captioning.
Yeah.
I think at a certain level, there are clients or corporations that will always prefer human. It's too important to get it wrong. But I think Zoom's probably not focusing on those people. They're probably focusing on smaller organizations that can't justify the cost but want everything, and they'll settle for what they can get as far as accuracy goes, right, or nuance.
And so will we, because we also, if you look at Switzerland's always the good example to look at. If you're doing a national job in Switzerland, you've got Swiss, you've got Swiss German, you've got Swiss Italian, you've got Swiss French.
Sure.
And the size, the number of people attending and listening to that specific channel just drops down. And there is a cutting point where we turn on captions for them. So reading out the captions will be more, I imagine, more pleasant than having to read them, because you can't always read captions.
That's great. Your job sounds fascinating. I'd love to come hang out with you.
Yeah, I'll tell you what's really fascinating is when you get Dante on Zoom ISO and you've got the multiple channels coming out of Zoom. It's mind blowing. it takes some. It takes a couple of those experiences to really appreciate what's going on. You just look at a box and you see all these languages coming out, and it's just what?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I've used matrix routing switchers, so I kind of have a sense of what you're saying.
Yeah, and that's exactly, Robert, are you playing with what are you using the Dante software to make sure you're routing everything properly?
Yeah, we use the Dante software, but we use Dante to get out of Zoom, but going back into Zoom is also is a tricky part. So we only do this if we have the interpreters in Zoom. So if we have the interpreters outside in booths and we want to bring the interpretation into an online meeting in Zoom, we'll just connect it via a standard type XLR to USB type
Right.
audio
So
card.
that, yeah, so basically what you need at that particular point is its own interpreter. I'm automatically thinking right now of um like a Behringer, like a small 12 channel, 16 channel audio mixer that's dedicated to however many interpreters you have in the rooms outside of your venue. And then you just need to get that onto a Dante to bring it back to Zoom. So basically you just basically need an analog audio mixer that is small that will allow you to bring Dante out of. And then that will be able to you'll be able to bring, in theory, be able to bring in Dante in and out because you'll have inputs and outputs on that audio mixer.
Yeah, but you hit a wall at that point because you'd have to run multiple sessions of Zoom on the same computer to do that. Because the way we do it is you come onto a computer, you simulate that you're an interpreter, and you feed the microphone for that interpreter from the outside booth, and that's how you get the language channel in Zoom. But you can't have multiple channels active in one Zoom session. So we still stack up. If we're doing it that way, that direction requires a stack of Mac Minis. Are you with me? Maybe I didn't explain this correctly.
Yeah, no, I think I got it. But again, I think you're putting the Zoom client in the interpreter booth, but I don't think you really have to. Do you? That's a question.
No, if I have an interpreter booth, a physical booth, and I want to get the language channels into Zoom, I have to have one computer per language channel because I can't run 2 sessions of Zoom on one Mac Mini. Or one
Yeah, that makes
Right.
sense.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
The-
But
Because you'd need to have the inverse of Zoom ISO for that to work, which we don't have. In other words, you bring in multiple channels and suddenly it generates multiple sessions of Zoom on one computer, which I haven't
right.
seen
So
yet.
yeah, so what you actually need is a Zoom ISO back to their servers instead of in. You need an ISO out instead of ISO in.
Yeah, but I wouldn't even say I need it because this happens so rarely. That's not something that I'd like to get into. More often than not, we're bringing the interpreters out from Zoom and into a physical space into different languages.
Right. So basically, yeah, again, I keep forgetting that each one had to be its own because the way Zoom classifies each interpreter, it basically a panelist or a person coming into the meeting. So, and then you get the special role, right? I'm remembering
Yep.
that. Yeah.
Yep.
So basically you're right. So if you have 5 interpreters, you need 5 Mac Minis.
Yep. That's the way we do it. Well, not 5 Mac Minis for 5 interpreters, 5 Mac Minis for 5 language channels because it's language
Right.
channel per Mac Mini. Yeah, because
See,
I can
that-
have multiple interpreters as long as they're working on the same language channel.
Right. So again, where I would still have all your Mac Minis at your main location, which I'll call front of house from the production world, you could have all your Mac Minis there, and then you can have the booths in different areas of the building. However you have it organized, as long as they have an audio getting to them and they get an audio back from that room, you could actually bring that still via Dante instead of it being analog, is what I'm saying. Because then you can combine each of you basically would then plug into, let's say you break out a banquet hall into multiple booths, as an example. That you have one, you're all in the one banquet hall is where the main event is, but you have a little smaller version of the banquet hall next door, and that's where all your language interpreters.
But if
are
it's
all
on
there
Zoom, why do they
spoken out.
have to be physically present at all?
Well, that's my question too. So,
But like I said, they're two separate scenarios. If they're on Zoom, you don't need them on site at all.
right.
You just need a stack of Mac Minis so that in fact, if they're on Zoom, the interpreters are on Zoom. We've got Zoom ISO to pull out the language channels, and that goes via Dante into a mixer, and then we provide the individual channels over radio signals.
How's the delay factor? Is it not significant? It's a few milliseconds, so it's no big deal.
It's in milliseconds. It doesn't make.
Cool.
No one even notices, to tell you the truth.
Great.
Very, very often this question, where are the interpreters? I need to speak to the interpreter. And I said, come on, sit down here. That's the interpreter there on screen.
Cool.
I saw a newspaper article posted online, but I saw it maybe a month or two ago, and it was about this restaurant in New York. And you know how they have a hostess or host at the front of each restaurant? This restaurant didn't have a host or hostess that was physically present. They were a Zoom type service where they sit on a computer screen. You walk up to the counter, and this person's like in the Philippines or something, and this person's actually the host of 3 different restaurants at the same time. Kind of reminds me of that a little bit.
Wow, that's challenging.
Well, they even in New York they have minimum wage laws, right? So this is a way for corporations to say, we can get you labor from other places where they don't have the same laws or rules or whatever. And they were saying that it was being used in hotels and restaurants and other places where normally people walk up to a counter, and this way you can hire their staff. And they don't they're not physically present, but there's a screen with a person and you can talk to them.
Wow. Cool. That's all
Weird.
I can say.
It's a weird world, strange world,
If you touch the screen twice, they kick you out for abuse.
Yeah.
Perfect segue to wake up our YouTube audience a little bit. And if you have any questions for our panelists as we continue to talk about all kinds of different scenarios, do let me know in YouTube chat, and I will relay it to our team, and we'll get back to you.
And if you don't want to watch the rest of the transmission, please leave your YouTube running to get our watch time up.
Which makes me wonder sometimes if some people are doing that right now. But we do have a good team out there watching us right now. So yes, ask us questions. Right now we're opening up to anything Zoom related. And as you can see, we're also mixing a little bit more hardcore on the production side, how we'd bring in Zoom and such like that. Absolutely.
I have a show idea or a topic for a show.
We've got space for another one.
It's about not this week, obviously, but we're about halfway to the next Zoomtopia, right? I like to sometimes go back to Zoomtopia around this time of year and see how far they've progressed on their promises or announcements. Sometimes they don't make all their promises come true in the same year that they say they're going to come true, and sometimes they do them all a month before the next Zoomtopia so they can say they got most of them done. But I'm just wondering how far along the roadmap they are.
So it almost feels like to me, keeping Zoom honest show.
Yeah, or a check-in or whatever you want to call it.
The Zoom checkup.
Yeah, roadmap check or Zoomtopia checkup.
Okay, Johnny, go.
I'm going to refer to my lawyer, I think, on that one.
What?
Sure.
Yeah, there might be some legalities above and beyond. Yeah.
We're not as litigious as the Americans, so it'll be fine.
That's true. That's true.
Okay, I'd just like to show, because we've been talking about interpretation, I'd like to show my complete and utter, sorry, not utter, but my appreciation to Zoom for what they've done with the interpretation. We ran a couple of meetings on MS Teams with interpretation recently. I felt like we were back before the pandemic. It was just so basic and so difficult to figure out. I mean, it's difficult enough for users to figure out where they are in the Microsoft user interface. But when you start looking for interpretation in different places, it's just not intuitive at all.
There's a song about that. It's called Looking for Love in All the Wrong Places. So that was nice. You gave Zoom some accolades. Well done. What do you wish Zoom would fix in interpretation, or what's it still lacking?
What's lacking is the functionality in the interpreters panel. Because if me and you are working together as interpreters, I see you, you see me, you see what I'm doing, I see what you're doing. That's a typical scenario for a booth where you can see. And we can either use, okay, hand over, time up, or we should have a notepad where I can scribble notes and say, this is something that's happening. This is the wrong word. Use this word. This is the word that the way they say it in this company. We obviously share documents during an event when we're interpreting, because we need to have a glossary of our vocabulary. So that's sort of a non-Zoom thing. But in Zoom itself, what I'd like to have is a button that says, okay, I'm ready to take over. And then you get a counter that goes down. If you say, okay, I'll finish at the next, whatever it is, end of speaker, end of page, end of slide, whatever it is
That's a great idea.
Created. And this is something we've been talking about. We drew it out, and there's no progress visible. They may be doing something in the back, behind scenes, but there's no visible progress. And you can imagine how challenging it is for interpreters, because what's actually happening is we need to set up a separate communications channel when we're interpreting on Zoom. So you either have a second laptop with another Zoom meeting on it.
Back channel communications.
It has to be. You need to have it. So and the third thing that's missing is the talk. Should be able to chat with you, so that when there's a break and we're not interpreting, I switch channels and just the two of us talk and say, that was really good. We need to watch this next speaker, or give each other a brief on what's going to happen.
There was talk that meetings was going to have something like a private breakout room for two people to go and have a conversation while the meeting's going on that isn't necessarily generated or directed by the host. And I don't know what happened with that, but I think they mentioned it at Zoomtopia or somewhere. There was Zoom talk about something like that.
I haven't heard that.
Yeah.
Johnny, anything?
That was the same. That would have solved the same legal problem I said about a lawyer
Witness
being able to
and a lawyer,
split. Yeah. But if you've got something mapped out, Robert, just send it over, because I think there's a show for developers coming up soon, and that would be a good example to run for.
Good promo.
We can pick up the email with the document. Need to really look at it again before we send it across, because
sure,
things evolve. But let me write that down so I make sure I do it.
Might be to do an app for it.
Well, we've looked at the option of apps, and we need to keep in mind that the interpreters are doing a hell of a job. We don't really appreciate how difficult it is to listen, change language in your head, and speak at the same time. We know that, and we've checked this empirically, that interpreters can lose up to 2 kilos of weight after a session of interpretation. The amount of energy used and devoured by the brain is absolutely just, it's hard to understand, hard to believe. So
I can't fix that with an app.
No, but if we're going to add things, more applications to them that are separate that they have to learn, I think there's going to be an issue. We wrote an app when initially when the SDK was available, and we tried to. It was just just a test product that we distributed locally. It wouldn't. People preferred to do it the way they're doing it, because they want to concentrate on their interpretation and not on learning how to use a new app.
So what did you want Zoom to do then? Because they're going to change the app.
Well, Zoom has the interpretation panel within Zoom.
Okay.
It's on the screen, and there's just 2 or 3 other dots that need to appear onto that screen so that the functionality appears. Yeah.
So it almost sounds like a customized client for your Johnny. You see where I'm going with this, right?
They could just have some back-end settings that most people would never enable, but if it's important to you as an organization, the admin could go turn them on.
I mean, the interpretation panel exists. When you get the role of interpreter, you get a separate panel. It's a matter of adding some stuff onto that panel, which is also a tricky thing to do, because keep in mind that we already have a problem that if there's a presentation full screen and the interpretation panel comes up, the interpreter doesn't see the bottom of the presentation. And so there's a lot to be
Okay, we'll bundle them all up and send them over.
Yeah, because I'm almost envisioning too, John, that there being an actual, and Robert, this is something that, again, we've talked more in the developer world, is that actually starting off with a blank Zoom workplace app, but this would be a customized one only for features that the interpreter needs. So no docs, no nothing in it. So it would be totally empty. And then you would just be adding, I need this, I need that, I need chat, I don't need chat, I need docs, I don't need docs, into their, so basically they would have their own client of Zooms that they would not have to worry about with the workplace app anymore. It would be, for lack of terminology, the Zoom interpreter app made by John Drinkwater.
I will always try and get Zoom to do stuff. I will try and, even if I have to embarrass it by saying I can do it in my weekend, I will try and get them to do it. If I can't get them to do it, I will try and persuade a third party who's got a product out ready to do it. And we have a friend who has a app, is supposed to have an app that whispers voice commands between users. I can't remember who it is now. Isn't it one of the Johns? Might be, but there is one of the people we know has written an app that allows users in different places to whisper each other. So that might help you with your thing. So I'll always try and persuade a third party to write it, and if not, then I'll write it myself, or I'll get David to do it in his course
as David's first task.
Hey, Mike.
As part of yes, sir.
Have you actually ever turned on the interpretation features in a Zoom meeting, and played with it? So there is a panel. It just needs some love. There's already a tool in Zoom. It just needs some love from Zoom to make it more complete.
Yeah, no, I haven't, because we haven't
try it
gone that far yet.
It's pretty fun. Just fire up a meeting sometime and just play around with it.
When what was it? What was it? We ran a session about 3 years ago with on Zoom Test Kitchen, when someone from Zoom came in to present a tool to us and some new functionality. And because it was so, I think it was Zoom Events actually when it initially came out, and we got 6 language channels on there to make the event big. And the feedback from our community was that I did nothing else but click through the channels listening to the different interpreters, because it was so fascinating to hear what was going on.
Yeah, and they ended up having problems. I know Robert and I were in chat, and all of a sudden we were in the Spanish channel, and all of a sudden Spanish was doing Portuguese or something. They had it backwards. Wasn't that?
No, just one of the interpreters made a mistake, and he didn't change channels.
You connect to the wrong channel, and it confuses everybody. It's quite funny.
I always like when people use these intended function tools like interpretation for other purposes. Like, everything's going to stay in English, but we're going to have extra audio channels for production tasks or something else, right?
And then everyone, the million people in the webinar, are listening to what's going on.
Yeah.
We have the audio described version.
It's like the sign language tool in Zoom too. Like, what else can you use it for besides, obviously sign language, that's its intended purpose, but what else could you co-opt it for?
Okay, now you just actually brought something up, and Hershey Bar, this is actually related to you, sir. Descriptive video.
Oh,
Now,
I do descriptive video at work. That's one of my jobs.
there you go.
What do you
Talk
want to
to
know
us
about
about
it?
it, Frank.
Well,
Do
just
you use Zoom?
in a traditional sense.
Well, give a bit of a background on that. Hershey Bar
Okay,
knows all about it, but
it's called different things in different countries. In Canada, it's called described video. In America, I think it's what's it called in America? DV. I can't remember what it's called in America, but anyways,
yeah,
different countries call it different things. But basically, you've got closed captioning, right? For some people, and that's fine. But descriptive audio is someone narrating things that normally you can only understand if you have vision. So a blue car slowly drives up the curb, and then you'll hear the audio of the intended show. So if someone's talking or something, you'll hear that audio. Sorry, my wife wants to go by. She hates being on camera. Go ahead, dear. Anyway, so this is usually done post production. I guess it could be done live, but normally it's post production. So you have a recording of something that you want to make more accessible for people with disabilities. So you have the regular sound, but then you have a narrator, someone somewhat like a storyteller, who's describing things that normally you would see visually.
yeah.
Does
And Hershey,
that cover it?
yeah, and Hershey's helping us from the U.S. side, of course. He's telling me, uh, uh, he's saying it's video description or DVS, I guess would be the other terminology too.
I've heard it called other things too. It's very, whatever.
And also AD is another one too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Audio description.
Audio description. That was the one I was trying to think
AD,
of.
yeah. Yeah.
And in Canada, it's described video.
It's described video, yeah, in Canada.
There's
Where we
a special symbol you show at the beginning of shows or on packaging and stuff too.
Yeah. Yeah. They'll actually have it at the beginning of the show that they'll say, this program has been edited to add descriptive video.
Yeah, and that's different than SAP, which is a whole different thing, right?
Right, which is the second audio.
Yeah,
secondary audio.
Usually a different language, right? Like Spanish and English or whatever it happens. In Canada, it's usually French and English.
Yeah. So
that's also when you have there's also differentiation that a lot of people don't understand the difference between captions, closed captions, and subtitles.
Yeah, open captions and closed captions. Yeah.
Open captions, closed captions, that's one thing. And then subtitles, because subtitles usually have this element of description, gunshot.
Sure.
Yeah. So for people who can't hear, they can read what's happening. Dog barking.
So very similar to interpretation, closed captioning. There's nuances. So if you give your captioner a glossary of specific language, you can also say, I want this to be very formal language or not so formal language. So who's your intended audience? Those sorts of things translate, no pun intended, but there's similarities between captioning and interpretation.
Yeah. And Robert, what I was going to say to that is, and Hershey actually is talking about SAP. Hershey, one second, I'll get back to that too. But when it comes to we actually have dedicated channels in Canada that actually have like all the programming on there is described video or audio description. The other scenario that I was thinking about was related to, it'll come to me. Yeah, I'll come back to that because I've got the SAP in my brain. And it says, Hershey is saying yes, but SAP can carry as audio description. So a lot of the broadcasters are now using the SAP channel in the States for audio description. Unless you're watching sports in the US, you will hear Spanish. So in the US, the SAP is the audio description where it is different in other countries. Correct. Right. Well, for us, SAP in theory would be French.
Robert's analogy there earlier, like Switzerland, where you've got 4 or 5 languages, like, America, basically the second language of America is Spanish, as far as I understand, right? But in other countries, there's multiple languages. How do you deal with that? Do they do SAP for every single language?
Right. I don't know that answer, but Robert, now I remember what I was going to say. You know how in subtitles you said you'll have in brackets like gunshot. So that would be what we would in the described video or descriptive video or audio description. That's where we would have a dedicated person that's reading that.
But that happens in closed captions too. If you do proper closed captions, they're supposed to have things of that nature too for the people who don't have hearing, right?
Right.
Gunshot sound effects, whatever. They have different. So it might say SFX, or it might say something else, music or something, right? So it's in the captions too, if your captions are done properly.
Yeah.
There
where
are
you'll
there
have
are
the musical
standards.
notes sometimes for music.
Yeah, there's standards, and just the other thing is there's regional differences. So like there's American Sign Language, but there's other languages in sign language besides American Sign Language, and it's just, like there are cultural differences around the world, and I'm not aware of them all, but I know they exist.
Yeah,
Yep.
Frank, we stick with the ASL still up here, right?
Mostly, but not always. There's French Sign Language in Canada, which is different than American Sign Language. So if you go to Quebec, you're going to get French Sign Language, which is a whole. I can't remember the name, and I apologize. There's a Society of Francophone Sign Language, whatever it's. I can't remember the proper name, but they have their own thing going on, and so they should. It's their own culture, right?
Right. Yeah. No, that's fair. Go ahead, Robert.
And also to give respect to the French, because they came up with sign language initially. And
Sure.
That's
And,
yeah,
and
so.
the big thing in Canada we always have to deal with is yeah, I'm looking to buy Quebec French, not Parisian French, please, because a lot of vendors don't always understand the distinction, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We gotta make sure our Quebecois comes out. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Robert.
but that happens with Spanish as well. People are very often they've gone to learn. When people order Spanish, they'll usually ask, "Is it European Spanish? Is it Mexican Spanish? Is it?" They'll specify the country that they want the Spanish language to be from.
Smart.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that Zoom allows us to do, because you can't. Not every country has interpreters from every single country in the world that speak all the languages. So we actually sometimes have these, like I say, a hybrid where we'd have some of the interpreters from a very, very specialized language in a different country, and on site we'll have the local interpreters. So
I'm going through that right now. I need to translate Inuit, and I can't. I've contacted 5 companies, so I'll say they do it. And when I actually talk to someone, they say, "Yeah, we don't have anyone on staff right now who can do your work for you. Sorry." And I'm like, "Well, take it off your website if you're not going to do it for me."
Yeah. Again, how far are we getting into Frank? How far did you get into with the Aboriginal languages?
We do a lot of Cree and Iroquois, but we're starting to do other languages that are First Nations languages, and I'm still learning as I go, because in my whole career, no one ever asked me to do Inuit before. So finding a vendor is my challenge right now. But it's interesting, because now there's 2 things about closed captioning, right? Like normally it's English source language and English captions. Oh, easy peasy, right? But now I'm always getting requests like, could I have English captions? But first you need translation, right? So now you have the translation aspect and the captioning aspect, right? Which makes it much more difficult. I worked on a project 2 or 3 years ago about the last Holocaust survivors, and we had people speaking Jewish, German, French, some Spanish, and it all required translation based on which country they lived in now, and plus we needed it to be back into English as well. So it can become a huge task and quite expensive too.
Yeah. Yeah. Again, Robert, you're nodding. So you already know that, again, are you getting into Aboriginal languages or no?
We've never come across Aboriginal languages at all in our work. But I guess it's because we're more EU focused, so we have all of the EU languages plus North South America, and of course we do quite a bit of Japanese, because the Japanese in terms of business are everywhere. Yeah. We don't get any Chinese work. I think that the Chinese interpretation goes back to the the indigenous Chinese people that have relocated to other countries. But it never comes. We never get requests for Chinese.
That's
Any
interesting.
form of Chinese. Yeah.
Just to give you a sense of the costs, captioning can, it ranges. You can get AI captioning, which isn't nearly as good as having a human being. Mostly the process now is the first pass is a server doing it, and then the second pass is a human verifying that the server did it correctly. That's a traditional workflow. If for something like that, and you're not in a rush to get your captions back in a hurry, you could spend $1.80 US a minute for captions. And if someone said, "Oh, I need a specific language for translation," it would not surprise me if it was $17 a minute. So you're looking at $18, $19 a minute for captioning and translation. That's not even a crazy number. So,
it's justified. Sorry, I didn't mean to.
Fine.
It's justified in the sense that once you have translated captions, you can't just stick them in as they are. You've got to get an interpreter to come back and tell you where the captions go into the.
Sure.
There are tools that do it, but the tools do not bring out the essence of what's being spoken at the moment when the translated captions appear. We found a lot of that. And I'll give you a very simple example. If someone says John, pauses, and then says something, do you keep the John in the previous scene or the next scene? Yeah, they're very simple things that you can catch like that, but it changes the whole sense of what the viewer is seeing and experiencing.
So I've had projects where people come and say, "Okay, I want to make a series of videos," and you have a big conversation. You tell them, "Okay, that's going to cost $24,000 to produce your videos for you." And they're like, "Oh, that's fine, no problem. I've got that in the budget." And then you tell them, "But the captions are going to cost $37,000," and they're like, I didn't think it would be so expensive. I don't have a budget that covers all of that." And you're like, "Well, that's what it costs." Like, I don't know what to tell you. So I've had people actually not do their project because they didn't factor in the cost of captioning or translation because they couldn't afford it.
And again, too, considering, again, if it's government based or not, too, 100%, then they really have to make sure that that's in the budget too. You can sort of get away with it as a private company, but you shouldn't.
So the government of Canada, like I'm here in Ottawa and I have lots of friends who work for the Canadian government. The federal government has a translation bureau and an in-house team, so they can go to that. But I mean, they don't do work for anyone except the federal government. That's the only customers they have is themselves, right? Because Canada is bilingual, right?
Yeah. Yeah. And might be getting, there's been a bit of talk of trilingual in that regards too, Frank, right? When it comes to the Aboriginal.
Yeah. And there's regional things too. Like if you go to BC, there's you may see job postings that want Hindi or some form of Chinese as well, right? And so it just depends where you are regionally as well. But it's interesting, but it makes video production or events production complicated in ways that your clients don't always. Some clients have a lot of expertise because they deal with this all the time, but some clients have never had to think about it before, and then they're amazed at how much complexity and cost is involved, right?
Yeah, and then on top of that too, some production companies, when they have the bigger clients, because they want that bigger customer, aka a government customer, and all of a sudden they get asked for closed caption and everything else, so they go,
"Oh yeah." But so to bring it back to Zoom, like the fact that Zoom is doing this with some of their other tools in their ecosystem, with the synthetic voices and the AI translation and all that, I'm sure some of that goodness will flow into Zoom meetings, but will it be good enough for the corporations or clients who have exacting standards? Probably not. But will it be good for medium-sized groups that otherwise this would be unattainable? It'll probably do the job for a lot of people.
Yeah. And John, we know what is going to be happening a little bit with that, right? I think I sent that with John's looking at me in shock going, "Mike, what are you talking about?" I sent you something related to. He does this to me all the time. Even on the show, he does this to me all the time. So I'm going to do it here too.
I'm not married to you. Your wife's married to you. She's the one who understands what you say. I go,
I know.
What's he mean?
I know.
What's the hint?
What's he talking about? I know. I remember there was a mention of a scribe. Are we scribing? And then Robert goes, scribe? That sounds like 11 Labs. There was something launched this week, Johnny. I sent you about that. That in the developer world, we can actually access something now. As I'm confusing, as I'm confusing him.
I've just been watching all the stuff Zoom Companion 3.0 can do now.
Yeah.
You've almost got it answering the phone and being your receptionist. That's talking in real time.
That's some of what I was referring to, was that Companion 3.0 stuff.
I suppose I have to, at this point, make an apology to Eric, the boss, because I thought it was being a bit silly calling Zoom a AI first company. But now the way they've sort of smuggled in all these companion features around the world, I can see why he considers it that way, because it's useful AI, not, making up rubbish AI. It's always based on stuff that's really happened AI. And I'm quite converted now. In fact, I thought I'd do a show on the fact. And I am. But don't tell Mike, because he hasn't seen the email yet.
No, I haven't seen that email yet. That's true. Another one? Okay.
I'll stop at 7, I promise. I'll stop at 7.
I know you promised. That's what you said last time. I know.
I just got an email from Zoom.
Uh-oh. They've been listening again.
Yeah, that's AI Companion. You say he's listened to you and sent you an email.
Yeah, Zoom's everywhere. We're continuing to roll out a simpler, more intuitive Zoom workplace experience starting March 23rd. New updates will make it even easier for users to navigate and collaborate across Zoom. To access these improvements, users should ensure they're running the latest version of Zoom Workplace App 7.0. What's new on March 23rd? More cohesive in-meeting experience on desktop, including AI companion controls and the My Notes feature to help users stay focused and productive during meetings. Refurbished mobile home tab, new appearance settings on mobile, improved clarity and control for captions and transcripts with separated functionality, providing hosts and admins clear control over transcript activation and new streamlined transcript settings. Blah, 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 blah. Anyways, I also heard that these things will be rolled out regionally, so you may not get access on the same day as someone else. So you know how Zoom doesn't always release everything to everybody on the same day. It sounds like some of these new features, and maybe some that aren't mentioned in this email, will may or may not appear for you depending where you are right away.
Cool. So I'm still looking for that press release, but I'll be back to you momentarily. But I did put in our local chat for Robert because he looked at me going 11 Labs and Scribe. That's the link to that. And I'll put that in our YouTube chat so that everybody knows where I'm going with that. And why do I know that there is this that was released this week? Because I'm still finding it. So
I do like the way the chat, when a lot of people send you a message, because when Toastmasters we do speeches and then everybody gets a chance to send their own little comments to you privately. And I do like the way now that on the chat it just queues up all these little list of people who've sent you a chat, and you can just go through and have a go at them for not saying how wonderful you were.
Sorry, that's not the way I see the chat.
Isn't it? If lots of people send you, so when it gets too wide, you get one box with a lot, and then they all get queued up on that box, and you press that box, and they all come down as a list.
Ah, that's what you mean. Yeah, that's exactly how it works. Mm-hmm.
That's all right then. I thought I'd broken it then. I'm just checking for updates. No, I still can't get version 7 yet, so it's not available in my area yet.
March 23rd is when 7's supposed to come out.
Oh, so we can't do 6, 7 anymore. We just have to go 7.
Right now we're doing 6, 7, 8 for that matter for on the Windows side. Look at that.
Yeah, I always preferred 6, 7, 5. That was my favorite version.
Right. I know. I like
my favorite version was, and they actually released it, and I didn't think they would. 666. Yeah, I just thought they would steer clear. Like, we'll just jump that number, but no, they did it.
Yeah.
Showed fortitude, courage.
Yeah. So I did find the document. I put it in our local meeting chat, so John can peruse it. Going, oh, that's right. Mike sent something about this to me. which is called Scribe API. Now Zoom is going to offer AI services.
Well, they have that Zoom AI website, right? Search engine thingy. We showed that on the show like a month ago.
They've got some really cool AI integration at the corporate level. I've never seen it, but apparently it's there at the corporate level.
They're the guinea pigs for the new tools, I guess.
Oh, they've got more data to process for the AI. That's going to make it more interesting.
Zoom's got a new, what is the term they call that? Compliance tracking testing tool, so that you can get accreditation for attending things. People were complaining Zoom didn't have it before, and I guess now they do have it.
You can create a certificate at the end of a webinar. Is that what you mean, or use something deeper?
No. It's deeper than that. I think it shows how long you're on task in a session. You have to answer knowledge questions, and then at the end it generates a report that companies that require proof of compliance and testing or training or whatever, it'll give you that kind of document or proof or whatever.
Okay, that sounds good.
Because I've seen a lot of complaints from people who are involved in this saying, I need a way to prove that somebody did something in Zoom to get their accreditation, and there wasn't really a way. You could do polls or surveys or something and see if they got them right or wrong, but this is more intense, more focused on meeting those needs. I don't know how it manifests. Like, do you need to buy an add-on, or is it just part of the core services? I don't know that.
I don't either. Johnny, any thoughts? No?
No, I've not seen it.
There's an acronym that.
But I know they've been talking about it for ages, and as I said, they put it into the webinars. So I'm glad that they've rolled it out further.
I can't remember the name of the acronym, but there's an acronym that people involved in this kind of testing, it's called something like compliance testing or something. I can't remember what it's called, but it's a 3-letter thing. I know, that's helpful, right?
Right. Okay. What else was I going to say? So it's actually called Scribe. So Scribe API got launched this week as well from Zoom, and that's now a Zoom AI service. Right now it's at the developer area. I don't know where this will go beyond that, but that is definitely in the doc link I gave everyone on YouTube as well as everybody on that are panelists. Johnny, I think I sent this to you. I hope I did. If not, I meant to.
Zoom Compliance Manager Suite.
Oh yeah. It's definitely got a price to it.
Yeah.
Powered by Theta Lake.
Oh, it's my dream to make a company and then get bought by Zoom.
I don't think this is the right thing. I don't know. There's.
Yeah. So
commercial certifications. Yeah, I like it.
Yeah. So Robert, from what I understand, that Scribe API is going to be in conjunction with 11 Labs. So they're going to end up using the text to speech. So 11 Labs library of voices, they're going to be actually using to do the text to speech on that. So again, will that go down to this, as Frank's talking about with the translation? Who knows? But again, this is now in the back end that developers have access to this through Zoom. So you don't have to actually have, from the looks of it, you don't actually have to have an 11 Labs an account and a Zoom account to do stuff like that now, where you can just have Zoom do it for you. What about Johnny? I explained that layman term wise. I think.
You
Possible?
did fine.
All
Yeah,
right.
that was okay.
All right. Hershey, I see you. All right. I actually don't see you. You're in black right now.
Am I?
But
Yeah, Hershey, we don't see you either.
Oh, okay. That
oh,
should help.
there we go.
Privacy filter.
And
David
crooked
David.
camera and all. There he is.
You
He's
should,
got-
you should
with
just
us.
leave it as a black screen with the words "You're blind too" written across the screen.
Yeah, maybe I'll put it in OBS. How about that?
Oh yeah, yeah. Virtual camera. Attaboy.
Yeah,
That's
that'd be
it.
a scene.
So, how bad is the camera? Shook or crooked?
Yeah,
Your hair's doing something funny on top. You look like I do every time I get out of bed.
Nice audio
Except you've got
description.
more of it and it's a better color.
Nice audio description there. All right, so let's see.
Yeah, that was my audio description.
And Frank,
Hershey has
thank
come
you
onto the
for,
screen looking cool as ever.
Thank you for always doing the, or thank you for doing audio description as you said earlier. I think.
Of course. Yeah. No. Again, I feel that it should be spoken more about. Let me put it that way.
All right, I'll speak more about it. Do you know the difference between standard audio description and extended audio description?
50 quid a month.
Yes.
I don't recall.
Oh, all right.
All right. And you just freaked me out there, Hershey Bar.
I
That
was
somebody
thinking
joined that I almost didn't
extended.
realize.
Yes, we have a friend. He's not going to be on cam, but he'll be here for the living
Yeah.
room.
So Hershey's partner in crime for the Blind and Beyond show, Dave, is in the building. So that's cool.
He found a link. So
He found
if
the
you
link.
wanna- if you want
Attaboy.
to, yeah, Zoom Test Kitchen. Yeah, all that.
Yeah. Be nice.
No. Go
There
to-
might
I
be
don't
a
wanna
link
give the
somewhere.
website. No, but there's a
Yeah.
link somewhere. Yeah.
Yeah, there is a
If you-
link. There
yeah,
is a link somewhere.
Always a link
If a
somewhere.
blind person could do it, anybody could do it.
And that's not that to a point scary.
Only a
Visually,
blind person. Only a blind person can say that. That's blindness.
So,
that is.
what is the difference between audio description and extended audio description? Is it
Oh,
verbiage?
that's part of it. And so basically, the way I do it, anyways, you can ask for. Really, if you're going to produce something with accessibility in mind, it should start in the pre-production phase. But you know how the life of everyone is. Sometimes people don't think about accessibility till after the product is done and created. Sorry, my wife wants to go by and she doesn't like being on camera. So what happens is standard audio description, they try to put the narration about what's happening visually in the places where it's possible, in the pauses where the actual show audio isn't happening, which doesn't always leave a lot of room for a lot of audio description. Instead of saying a long black, street with lights and tree, they might say it was a dark street because that's all they can fit in the pauses, right? In extended audio description, the software, the video player, pauses the video until the descriptive audio is completely done saying what it needs to say, and then it resumes playing the video. That gives a lot more space for descriptive audio to happen, so it can be a richer, more full.
So for your first option, is that when a mixer would mix down essentially the AD track with, let's say, audio description track to be more clear, with the, let's say, film, TV show, etc., whatever you're describing?
I don't know because I've never done it at that level. Like I don't work in Hollywood, so I don't know how they approach it. I only know how I approach it after someone says, "Oh, I have a video that needs to be accessible," and then how I approach it is different, and it's not part of the pre-production phase, even though it should be. If you really want something to be accessible, before you send a camera somewhere, you should be talking to your clients about how we're going to make this accessible. But that isn't always baked in, so then it's best effort you can do after the fact.
Right. One challenge that people may come across or may not find, let's say, YouTube. Well, YouTube's challenge is if we use the AD track or SAP track, as we were discussing earlier, you could have bad actors come onto that stream, essentially, and ruin it for everybody. So YouTube has been really, really slow at pushing out AD, but they do have that under, if you go under, I think, captioning or subtitles, I think it's the menu. They do have actually audio description tracks. So if you are trying to make your content more rich and available for everybody, you are able to put in a track together and then push that out to your audience. And knowing that you have audio descriptions, so like Frank would be the audio describer talent, I would presume. And with that said, when we are listening to it, we could turn on for us. You don't have to have it on for you. So when we have SAP turned on, I will hear audio description. But to turn it, if you turn it off, it's going to be off. Or if I'm watching sports games, I might have it off because NBA, MLB, and all of the others, NFL, they use it as the Spanish alternative, as I was saying in chat. But thank you for explaining the extension.
Oh, no big deal. You're welcome. So I have a beef with YouTube, but I haven't checked in a couple of months, but I was producing multilingual videos. And then in YouTube announced 4 or 5 years ago, multilingual audio soon will be coming to you.
What
and
I
they
just described was
go ahead.
People misusing the multi-track
Sure.
was one of the issues of slowing and just them being all over.
So my complaint is they've released multilingual audio to some creators, especially if you're a big deal like Mr. Beast or someone. But my account doesn't have it. And so I got my employer's account that has millions of YouTube video watches a month. I thought that'll be a big enough site that it should have it. It didn't have it either. I guess a couple of million hits a month isn't big enough for, so they only give it to special people, even though they announced it years ago. And I want access to it, and you can't buy it, you can't bribe them, you can't beg them unless you're somebody special. You can't get access to it.
That's the unfortunate part. I'm trying to remember Demi Lovato, I want to say. I think she had some sight loss in her life at a more modern stage, but she partnered with YouTube those 4 or 5 years ago, as you described. And you could go to search, type in audio description, you'll get a whole playlist. And that gives an example of what it is. But that's when there was consideration of having that flag turned on for most creators, especially people like myself. I'm blind. I mean, I could have someone like yourself, like, hey, okay, could you do AD for us? And, on my personal channel, I could have an audio describer speaking such items, but they're not on screen. Right. Same thing as captioning or ASL. You have the talent on stage or behind the stage, as you guys were discussing, but it's the same process. It's just one person's talking versus using their hands to communicate.
Yeah, it's frustrating because YouTube obviously has enough money and knowledge to make it available to everybody.
I think the knowledge and money, I agree, but I think it's the violations, because again, COPA, let's just go use what happened with COPA and them. They have to look at it really, really diligently to make sure that there's nothing offensive for children while it's on YouTube.
Sure.
So with AD, imagine it's a child's video. Now on your secondary track, you have some bad content. You're stuck, and then who's going to get the lawsuit? They are going to get the lawsuit.
But they do moderation already. Like if you upload something that's reprehensible, it will never make it through YouTube's screening filters. So I mean that could be automated as well. I mean they already do it.
Though. 4 years ago, 5 years ago, we didn't have AI jumping around like Gemini and Bard from back then. So I think we are getting better rampant wise to make that a little easier or more automated. But it's still an issue where the lawyers get involved. So I think that's what's happening personally.
Yeah, well, all I know is it's frustrating.
Oh, yeah.
All I want to do is put some videos online that have more than one language for different viewers. And
audio description, funny enough, is we are sneaking it in through that multi-language, because why not use that as a thing? It's still a track is a track is a track. It's just audio. And it's just fitting it in as you describe what extended audio description is to regular. So if I'm talking, someone would have to, while I pause, he's wearing a red shirt with glasses, staring at the camera with a ponderous look. Okay, so that could have been describing to my said audience to say, what is Hershey looking like, or what color shirt, perhaps, if that's any importance. You don't have to describe every little detail, but think of that as a camera lens. If you're looking at that image, the man with a scruffy beard look puzzled as he heard an explosion. Whatever that might be, is you're seeing that the person's a weird expression on his face because the cameras may be zoomed into a person's face with a scruffy beard. So, is this the way you use your lens in words is what audio description
I
is,
love that.
basically.
That's a great way of expressing it. So
Good job,
I don't
Rashid.
know. Sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say, good job, Rashid, on explaining that. Because again, you're, I'm, even the amount that I've worked with you and Dave on the show prior to this was enlightening to me because of the fact that I've only done, to be honest, visual productions before, where
And-
everything is vision based. And then I'm going now comparing it to you and Dave being blind, percentage wise may vary, which is another.
You saw that we were blind? I see
As
you,
he
man.
picks-
It's okay. I
Yes,
see you.
I
It's all
know.
good.
I know.
It's okay.
See-
It's okay to joke, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, don't you want to be happy out there? Come on, smile a little.
Happy. I'm trying to get the confidence to say, Hershey, do you realise you're not wearing a red shirt when you described yourself as such?
It's maroon, I think, or it's black, or I don't remember. If it's CK, which shirt is this? I don't even know what shirt I'm wearing anymore.
I'm fully sighted
dark.
and I can't remember what shirt I'm wearing half the time.
It's dark. It's probably black. No, this is a gray shirt. Excuse me.
You did it right. Yes, you got it in there. And see that was it. But again, it's just again, TDing for both of you guys doing the show was an experience for me because there was so many things that I would take for granted having vision, and then neither one of you having vision going. So, Mike, do I look okay? And I'm like, yeah, you look fine. I'm like, what do I say? And you guys are looking for direction from me.
Well, the reason is
Because-
I moved my
go ahead.
desk, right? And the reason why I came in here and asked, is my camera okay? The camera could have shot up because it is sitting on a little stand thing.
Yeah,
So,
you
between
are
horizons-
off of kilter a little bit. Yeah.
Okay, so let's say if we were doing live, okay, so would I go
Which
to
we
that,
are.
right?
Yeah. So go. We are still live on YouTube. Yep. Go.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so-
Good. Yeah. That's it. Whoa. Right there. Yeah.
Stay there.
Now.
I'm gonna
Now.
pan a little bit.
Yeah.
Right that way.
Yeah. You're good that way. Yeah. Right there.
Okay,
Now.
let's-
Now you got to tilt it now. So right now it's not level.
Horizon is not level.
Correct.
Okay, so then just I have to roll the camera. You gotta say
Yeah.
the right terms there, Mike. Roll
I'm,
the
I'm hearing.
camera.
Yeah. I'm learning the words. Tell me.
Counterclockwise.
Yeah, counter. Yeah, that's where I was going. I was going left.
It's a bit of a Dutch angle, if you're familiar with television production terminology.
Sort of. I don't know what that looks like. So, let's see. Does this work?
Yeah. Yep. Keep going in that direction. Yeah. That's it.
Hitchcock used to use that framing to imply psychological fear or something.
Ah, okay. Now I know what you're talking about. The look of that shot.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Keep going a little more.
Is
Yeah.
that it?
Now bend it down a little bit
So tilt
again.
it down.
Tilt down. Yeah.
Okay, tilting down.
Just give the poor guy a PTC. You can do it for him.
Far end
Oh,
camera
yeah,
control.
Yeah. No, you go
Tilt.
up a little bit back up. You went
Okay.
just a little too far.
Okay. Just say wolf or something, or
That's
Yeah.
good.
Right there. Yeah.
okay. And then how I usually I'm coming in with the RE20, going into a Proco mute switch, off into an SSL2 interface, Windows 11 machine, and a Brio webcam.
And now the blind guy looks better than the rest of us. Thanks very much.
No problem, man. I missed you, dude. Now you working on the maps? Just kidding.
I'm not staying up here for another 4.5 hours chatting to you again.
You've been taking too many orders of apps, man. Slow down there, Mr. Bridgewater. Slow down.
Hey,
Uh-oh.
we've taken on 2 new shows since I spoke to you.
So Zoom 678,
8. Yes.
because 8.
Arshid,
yeah.
please explain to me what
I
was broken
able
with
to
675.
change my name
and to 8.
just now, so I was successfully able to change my name. Previous to
Yes.
this, 6.7.5 on Windows, I would hear insert F1 every single time. Excuse me. Sorry about that. So I used to hear insert F1 after every button. So button meaning let's see, I'll try it now. Zoom original sound for musicians on. I would hear insert F1 there. I would hear it when I pass by view. I would hear it when I pass by unmute and mute.
Can I just butt in a second?
Yeah, go ahead, Johnny.
So
You're off camera. by the way.
Hershid is blind, and therefore his screen reader is reading the screen controls. So it's reading the screen, and that's how he knows where things are.
What are you using, JAWS?
Correct.
But in a recent update, the screen reader just stopped making any sense, and he couldn't get around the screen because the screen reader was just coming up with all these funny comments and things, and it just wasn't.
Navigationally, it just became more and more difficult. So Alt U should bring up panel view quickly, and getting up and down the panel list sometimes. So like last show, I was solo. I could get through the list, but then I have to click on more and this, and ensuring that I hit add spotlight. Sometimes I'm not getting that feedback. In addition to that, I hear insert F1. That has nothing to do with what that means to me. It has no information, because if I hit insert F1, it'll give me code. So it makes no sense why I'm getting sort of like HTML code. And when I was when I updated, actually, I think Tuesday, so I got mine, I think pretty much Tuesday or Wednesday. So I saw this quite a few days ago, it feels like, or a few nights ago, and I was not able to change my name in time. So I could hit Alt, you go to my name, let's say if it's Hershey Bar, you go to more, you go to rename. By the time I start punching in a name and go hit enter or change, my focus is gone off of that box, and I'm back to just looking at my name as Hershey Bar. That was initially what I came in with in the meeting. So if I wanted to alter something, let's say I wanted to put my first, last, and state, whatever, I would not be able to do that quickly.
That's annoying.
Cheers, Robert. Pleasure seeing you and hearing you earlier. So again, I have found that some things work, some things are little. I have to still pull all the stones, one's turn to stone, as they say. But for right now, stability, Zoom doesn't seem like it's crashed. The other thing is, when I was on my last meeting, Zoom tended to get locked up a lot with 6.7.5. We will see what 6.7.8 on Windows does, because last Monday, matter of fact, I was I was live on YouTube, and I clicked on wait for the meeting to respond. Somehow the app crashed anyway, and I was getting a screen that would say Zoom has crashed. I never saw it. If I did a screen share with 6.57 or 6.7.5, I would note that there's actually a box stuck in front of people, or in program, as I call it, that I didn't want people to see. So can we, yes, if I'm paying for business, can we get rid of those pop-ups and ads and tell me if I could extend and get more? I mean, come on, please. It's too much. It's too much.
No, we wouldn't. We wouldn't feel it was fair to take away that lovely ad for you. But we've got version 6.8 coming within 2 weeks, so don't know what that's going to.
Already have 6, 7, 8, but 7's coming up.
6.7.
6.7.
Yeah. Well,
a
again,
whole new point release.
6.8.
6.8. Oh, okay. I thought 7's coming out. Okay, 7's.
Yeah,
Seven's coming out. That's right.
Yeah, I was going to say, I thought it was 7. Yeah, so so they're definitely skipping from 6, 7, 8
and thank you for letting us know about
7.0
issues.
They should just jump to 9 for marketing purposes. Zoom 9 with extra Farfanugan.
Make it 10. Go flat.
with
10.
extra what?
Farfanugan.
What was that word?
Farfanugan.
Farfanugan.
I've just started promoting myself as Lord Zoom Plus now, because I thought everybody else does, so I'm going to be Plus version.
Extra value.
Hilarious.
But any other questions, concerns, I could try to share as best as I can. But that's the story of 6.7.5 going into 6.7.8.
So the F1 help for the majority has disappeared, is what I'm hearing so far.
I listen to my screen reader way too fast to pay attention to insert F1 all the time because if I'm looking for Mike, I'm looking for Mike. I'm not looking for insert F1, meaning
Right.
I'm gauged. My mouse is focusing to go. How would I get my mouse from this point to this point? With a screen reader, obviously.
Right. So you've got certain keywords in mind,
hmm
and
If I hear
until
panel
you hear
view,
it,
then I
you
know
won't stop.
open. I heard panel view close. I know where I'm at. Okay, I'm in the panel view list, that little list of all the participants. Now I could hit arrow down or what have you and do what I need to do. In case,
Right.
when I like in this meeting, I change my name and I put @ in front of the at WCABAR, my personal, and then at Blind Beyond Show.
Hmm. Yeah, and you spelled everything perfectly too. By the way,
Oh, wow.
I'll
Queen of
compliment you
Madonna.
on that. Well, you know,
I
I didn't
can
want you to blame Zoom for that. Go ahead, Johnny.
I can right click anywhere on my video screen, and I don't have to hit the 3 dots directly anymore.
Can I ask a question about that error? Do you ever use NVDA?
I don't have it loaded on my system. And,
I was just wondering,
if you
like,
did it with it, yeah.
yeah, because I know sometimes
spec on
when
this.
screen reader issues have happened, it's like it's broken in JAWS, but it still works in one, or the vice versa. It's working in one and not the other.
Honestly, what it did seem like it was a Zoom thing. Personally, I had other updates that I did on my screen reader aspect as well. For the thing that wouldn't change the name change, the rename, something was really acting buggy there.
Yeah, it's
Again,
no fun.
I mean, it's hard to determine who. It's not. I'm not calling it Zoom fault or whoever's fault, but something changed obviously, and things are not working as they used to on 6.7.
Sure.
And so, like my co-host Dave uses 6.7, no issues. We read on FB, hey, there's a thing. Be careful if you update to 6.78 because it already bit somebody, and they're in Zoom
675. 675.
675. Excuse me. Oh,
5. Yeah.
so many numbers.
Yeah. I know.
Five,
I know. Too many
six,
numbers. I
seven,
know.
8, 9, 10. Sorry.
So you're on 6.7.8 on Windows because again,
Yes.
Hershey is we're running a Windows PC,
Yes.
and so far so good is what I'm hearing.
Sure.
Is that fair or is that not fair?
Sure. I don't know what's
sure.
broken until it
Oh,
breaks.
you don't. Right. You don't know, and you haven't hit that feature as of yet. But certain features
Right.
that you've hit that were broken seem to be
The
better.
rename is fixed, so okay, cool. I could rename. I'm comfortable back to renaming myself. For those of you who think that you turn off renaming and it keeps you secured, that's a bad rule. Oh, oh wait, okay, yeah, you're 667. 677 is for Mac users, by the way, and they got their update earlier last week. I want to say, or 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, because of the way the Zoom client was interacting with the OS was keeping the CPU at a really high level. I don't know this for a fact, but I get the Zoom security bulletins, and there was a very, very severe
On Windows.
problem on the Windows version. So I think that's why they released the newest
The
version,
patch. Yeah.
because it was a 9.6
Oof.
on the critical scale.
Yeah. So Hershey, it's hilarious because you're doing a better host job than I am right now because all of a
Pardon?
sudden you said bye to Robert, and I didn't even have a chance to look at my visually look at chance to actually say bye to
Oh,
Robert
okay,
that
so
he was leaving.
We're also looking at Frank's screen share. I wonder what Frank is showing me.
Security bulletins.
Uh,
This came up a couple of days ago. Zoom
So-
Workplace for Windows, external control of file name or path, severity critical. So it was the CVSS score, which is how critical the issue is, and the scale only goes to 10. This was a 9.6. It's highly critical. So
I
la
wonder,
la.
I wonder if you're in trouble if you have 6.7.
there are other
It's
issues.
Frank. It says it actually there. It says before 6.6.
Yeah, yeah, you're right.
Yeah, it
I
said it in
actually
Hershey.
I actually had to get manager, like high level manager approval to force all of my users to move because it's right. It's almost like we're almost at exams, and you don't like
Oh,
to
boy.
disturb people's workflows. But I couldn't let this not be patched. And some people are on older versions of Zoom, and they're not going to like the new interface because they're not going to be used to it. But I couldn't just let it sit either, right?
Well, co-host Dave, you have 6.7, sir, and I guess you and I both are going to have to see if 6.7.8 works because Dave Hilbrandt, my co-host, has not shifted from 6.7. I have. I dove into fire quickly just in case to make sure nothing's messed up. But oof. And it's a severe, yeah, it's severe. 9.6 is not a good score.
Yeah. And it looks like it was there since before 6.6. Frank, I think that's what I said, right?
Yeah. Yep. So, just because a flaw exists doesn't mean they know about it right away. So, anyways, and like I said, the reason Mac got a new update was because of the CPU issue. So that's why we're not on the same version anymore.
Right.
7.0, we'll get there soon. Don't worry.
Yep. Who dat? And
by the way, as far as Mike, your comment there for I'm doing a better hosting job or not, but I'm listening to I heard Frank's
Right.
as a screen share on. Just for the audience, are like, how the heck does he know? So I heard that Frank had turned on screen share, and then Robert Sababity had left earlier, so he had just while I was speaking, he had just wrote a note in the chat, so that's why I was just farewelling him earlier, and yeah. So sometimes with the chat, I could hear it. Other times, like I remember Mike last week, you might have sent me a chat in my meeting, but I heard that you sent me a message, but didn't hear the message. The week before 6.7.5, I heard a message. So again, it may depend on where I'm in focus. If Zoom Workplace app was doing something funky there, but sometimes you hear it, but then sometimes you hear too much. So you have to be careful with what you're focusing on, just like you would with your mouse.
Right. So again, so basically JAWS is looking at whatever in theory is you are in that piece of software, meaning that it's active, right? It's an active window.
Active focus is the word still look at, because let's say if I have my focus on original sound for musician, if I spacebar it, it should theoretically do optimize whatever it's called, optimize for isolation, whatever it is. If I click on mute or unmute, I found that little tone now, which is in the audio settings. If you go to audio settings, and you could hear an audible ear con when you turn mute and unmute, but I also hear it when I hit Alt A with verbal cues. So sometimes some things are read properly, and other times we have bugs like the insert F1, and that's what we were kind of speaking of. Is see more option. Yep. More options for participants. Insert F1 help. Chat open panel. For unread notifications. Insert F1 help. More options for chat. Insert F1 help. So just if you constantly keep hearing insert F1 help, it just sooner or later it gets to you.
Yeah, understood. Yeah. And obviously it wasn't like that before. So that was definitely within that version, a bug of some sort.
I got to be even nicer to the dev in here. But, just sometimes things do break. I get it. But please communicate with each other. So I say that to Zoom Text Fusion manufacturers with Sparrow and other companies, because one little glitch will start sending up tickets up the train. And if we could snip it at at an earlier stage, why not? And everybody's happy. Then your product doesn't look bad because, oh, well, JAWS did this and Zoom did that. No, they did what they were supposed to do. It's just there was a bug. So, and You're all human beings, by the way. Whoever's developing, it's not. I mean, okay, you're using AI to code, but it took a human to say that code for me. So just remember that there's human beings behind these products.
Right. So let me just put out the final word to everybody before we wrap it up this week. I'm throwing up and I'm doing descriptive video for Harshit and Dave. I threw up a Zoom Test Kitchen Q&A slide that is telling everybody on YouTube.
That sounds terrible. Stop throwing up.
So Frank, could you fix Mike over here? Can you help him how to do this? How do you do it professionally? If I may, I haven't got experience with you, so if you may, please.
I usually find the best way to fix a mic is buy a new one.
Oh,
Da-dun-dun.
fair, very fair.
Who's got the
So-
symbols?
I know. I do have the symbols. They might be in a different building.
It's all right. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm being my sarcasm. I'm feeling lonely. There's only one John in this call, and I really feel better when there's two.
No, he's here. He's just being quiet.
Oh,
Mr. Idelson's there. He's just hiding. So yes. So let us know in chat if there is any further questions before we wrap it up this week, as everybody makes fun of me because I'm throwing up and trying to be descriptive all at the same time. Anyways,
And you're doing a fine job, Mike.
thank you, Dave. Right back at you, buddy.
I'd have to say that the gentleman that suggested buying a new microphone is the thing that drove me to unmute. I had to say cheers and he is so correct. A new microphone solves everything, even the blues.
yes, Mr. Idelson. What would you like to say?
Well, Frank just disappeared, but I was just going to congratulate him for being in so many PhD defenses. I think you should get an honorary degree having suffered through those events.
It's one thing I'll say is some of them are very interesting and some of them I don't understand at all. Like fifth year civil engineering, and it's a graph for 2 or 3 hours, and you're like, oh, I know some of these are English words, but I don't know what they mean.
When I went through my defense, and in ours, we have the similar sort of thing, 3 committee members from the campus and a remote person. And I was talking to my mentor, and he said, well, here's who I suggest you get to your defense. I looked at the list. I said, wait a second, these 2 guys fight all the time. Why would you want these 2 guys in my defense? He said, make your presentation, answer the questions. These 2 will start fighting. It'll make it easier for you to be done.
So, yes. It's always a good time. I'm old enough to remember when the person who was the external examiner was flown in from sometimes other countries, and when they discovered the joys of video conferencing, they said, "Why are we flying people here from around the world and per diems? We'll just do it video conferencing," and then that turned into Zoom eventually.
Very cute. All right. Anybody else before we wrap up? The YouTube audience is very quiet. But John, thanks for joining us. That's great to hear you. Mr. Idelson.
Glad to be here. Good show. A lot of things discussed, a lot of good ideas.
Sometimes the best shows are when Zoom doesn't have any updates for us to talk about.
Isn't that the truth? Absolutely.
Play that funky music, Mike boy.
All right. A request has been placed.
And this is that song there, Dave.
Yeah. Then for Dave's sake, so we're going to actually have a Suno song play. And for the visual people out there, yes, it is karaoke time. So enjoy. So the words are going to be up on the screen for the people that actually can see them. And I'm just making sure my audio level is correct so that we're not blowing everybody away. Enjoy, everybody. Joining the living room right after this.
Welcome to the Zoom Test Kitchen where the magic happens
Live.
Every Friday we're on air testing tech to thrive. From screen share to breakout rooms, we push Zoom to its max. So sit back, relax, and let's see what's in our tech hacks. Zooming in, we're testing it all. Live on YouTube each week. From audio to video, no feature we won't tweak. We're the Zoom Test Kitchen crew, here to innovate. Join the fun, learn the tech, don't be late. We'll dive into the settings, explore every single tab. Make sure your mic is clear, your camera not a drab. We'll show you how to host like a pro, manage like a king. With Zoom Test Kitchen, you'll be zooming with a zing. Zooming in, we're testing it all. Live on YouTube.
All right. We didn't wreck this week, gang. Look at that. Who knew? Thanks, everyone, for joining us this week on the Zoom Test Kitchen. Don't forget to like and subscribe to our channel to let YouTube know and, of course, Zoom know, because the Zoomies do watch. We know this is true, how much you love and like our content. So the like button just underneath the player. Don't forget, we're here every Friday at 3 p.m. Eastern, 12 p.m. Pacific. And for poor Johnny's sake, he's still figuring it out in GMT time. We'll see everyone next week for another rousing and interesting Zoom Test Kitchen. Take care, everyone, on YouTube. Everybody's heading off to the living room.